checks and balances. The Founding Fathers did not believe that effective government and checks and balances were inconsistent. On the contrary, it was their premise that no branch had such a monopoly on truth that it should be free to act with total independence. The unique genius of the American system was that by dividing power, it promoted sound policy based on reasoned and open discourse and mutual trust between the branches. These hearings this morning and for the days to follow will examine what happens when the trust, which is the lubricant of our system, is breached by high officials of our government. The story is not a pretty one. As it unfolds in these proceedings, the American people will have every right to ask, how could this have happened here? And as we answer that question, the American people will have every right to demand that it will never happen again. Indeed, it should never have happened at all. The constitutionally mandated relationship between the executive and legislative branches of this nation has stood the test of time. It has survived the shock of civil war, outlasted the mightiest monarchs and dictatorships, and seen us successfully through the turbulence of world wars. There's no reason this same carefully calibrated system could not have guided us through the difficult choices we face in Central America and Iran. The formulation of American foreign policy has always been a matter of discourse between the President and Congress. Without detracting from their own primary responsibility, presidents have understood that Congress has an indispensable role in foreign policy. We must ratify the treaties, confirm the major foreign policy officials, authorize and appropriate the funds, and exercise the oversight. Bipartisanship in the execution of foreign policy requires prior consultation in the development of foreign policy. In short, it is a working relationship. The President may be the senior partner in foreign policy, but he is not the sole proprietor. Indeed, this fact was seemingly recognized by this administration. In 1984, the administration pledged its complete cooperation with Congress. It entered into an unambiguous agreement with the Senate Intelligence Committee promising advance notification of anticipated covert activities. As recently as the summer of 1986, the Director of Central Intelligence reaffirmed this agreement and lauded the successful partnership that had developed between the Executive and the Intelligence Committee. But at the very moment these promises of cooperation, notification, and partnership were being made and reaffirmed, the secret chain of events which would explode in the Iran-Contra affair was well in motion. The story is one not of covert activity alone, but of covert foreign policy. Not secret diplomacy, which Congress has always accepted, but secret policy making, which the Constitution has always rejected. It is a tale of working outside the system and of utilizing irregular channels and private parties accountable to no one on matters of national security while ignoring the Congress and even the traditional agencies of executive foreign policy making. The story is both sad and sordid. It is filled with inconsistencies and often unexplainable conduct. None of the participants emerges unblemished. People of great character and ability, holding positions of trust and authority in our government, were drawn into a web of deception and despair. Congress, too, is not immune from scrutiny in these hearings. We cannot avoid asking whether appropriations bills, which change from year to year and sometimes within the same year, were an effective way of controlling foreign policy. nor can we avoid asking whether we were vigilant enough in carrying out our oversight function. Let it be clear, however, that our concern in this inquiry is not with the merits of any particular policy, but with flawed policy-making processes. Our hearings are neither pro-Contra nor anti-Contra, neither pro-administration nor anti-administration. We are not prosecutors, and this is not an adversarial proceeding. We meet here as American citizens, united in a common effort to find the facts, lest we repeat the mistakes. Our purpose is self-examination, not recrimination. To this end, we will deal with questions of the greatest sensitivity to our national security, questions we address precisely because we in Congress do recognize the paramount importance of foreign policy, and so we will consider in these hearings the following questions. First, were the statutory restrictions on United States aid to the Contras violated? Second, was Congress misled? Third, were the executive branch's own internal checks and balances bypassed in policy decisions on Nicaragua and Iran? Fourth, was there a public foreign policy, and simultaneously, was there a very different covert foreign policy? Fifth, was American foreign policy privatized? And finally, were decisions on the most significant matters of national security driven or influenced by private profit motives? We do not deal here with simple disagreements over the direction of U.S. foreign policy or with the creative tensions between the branches of government. Those are normal and healthy, and they do not end in shredding of documents. Only a contempt for law leads to altered documents and perjured statements. By listening and examining the entire story, we believe our nation will emerge stronger, for we also believe that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Our country is not divided or dispirited. These hearings do not represent our democracy's weakness, but its strength. This strength and unity of purpose are reflected in the decision of our two committees to conduct these hearings jointly. This was an historic decision, ensuring that the public interest would prevail over any parochial interests, and that the full story would be presented to the public expeditiously and fairly. This outcome would not have been possible without the cooperation and statesmanship of my colleagues on the House Committee and their distinguished leaders, Congressman Lee Hamilton and Congressman Richard Cheney. Another historic feature of this inquiry is the bipartisan spirit that has guided our efforts. Our Senate committee has a unified staff whose members report to the committee as a whole, not to Democrats or to Republicans. The Senate Select Committee has been blessed with a staff of extraordinary talent and dedication to match. When the history of this period is written, I am certain its footnotes would amply recognize the indispensable contributions of the staff, which was ably guided by the Chief Counsel, Arthur Lyman. The usual superlatives cannot describe this man's contribution to this committee. My senior Republican colleague on this panel, the very Honorable Warren Rudman, is this committee's vice chairman and my equal partner in this inquiry. He and I have worked closely together, consulting on every issue, reaching joint decisions on every question, driving always towards the same objective. I applaud his leadership. I value his wisdom. I value his counsel. So too do I recognize the great contributions of every member of our committee. Each senator has spent many hours preparing for these hearings, reviewing mountains of evidence, poring over the transcripts and documents on busy weekdays, weeknights, and weekends. No one has raised a political issue in private or in public. Not one has sought to turn this matter into partisan or personal advantage. All our committee votes on even the most sensitive and potentially divisive questions have been unanimous. This bipartisan spirit has been matched on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue. The White House has been cooperative. Executive privilege has not been asserted, and even the President's personal diaries have been shared with us. The executive departments have likewise responded to our requests. None of this is to say that we and the executive agencies have agreed on every matter. We have had our disagreements, but they have been minor and always in good faith, and most importantly, it has worked. It is truly sad that such interbranch cooperation and trust could not have been the rule before, because if it had, we would not be here today. Indeed, we must ask why the bipartisanship which has marked this examination of our foreign policy making process could not be extended to the making of our foreign policy in the future. Some of us believe it can. All of us hope that it will. But first, we must clear the air and let the facts of this unfortunate and sad affair emerge. So to this end, I call these hearings to order. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to call upon my colleague from the House of Representatives, the chairman of the Select Committee, the Honorable Lee Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and we all thank you for a most eloquent and perceptive statement. A Hoosier constituent of mine recently asked, why is the Congress spending so much time on the Iran-Contra affair when there are so many other important things to do? That question is appropriately addressed as we begin. The short answer is that we hold these hearings because in the course of the conduct of the nation's business, something went wrong, seriously wrong. If something goes wrong in our system, we want to bring it out into the open, examine it, learn from it, and if possible, correct it. Congressional oversight is an integral part of this constitutional process in our democracy, and that is why we are here. At the heart of what we do in these hearings is the proper working of our system of government. Let me address several questions. First, what went wrong? Our answer to that question today must be tentative, not final. But after 4 months of investigation, the examination of over 100,000 documents, and the interview of hundreds of witnesses by the committees, we can begin to address that question. These hearings will show, I believe, that many things went wrong. Significant foreign policy decisions on Iran, terrorism, Nicaragua were made in secret. For months, some individuals in and out of government went to great lengths to conceal activities from the Congress, from appropriate officials in the executive branch, and from the American people. This excessive secrecy led policy astray. A small number of officials made policy outside the democratic process. Secret policies, different from stated policies, cast doubt on our political process and our credibility in the eyes of Americans and friends and allies around the world. Some officials apparently did not understand how our democracy works. Their conduct demonstrated a fundamental distrust and disrespect for democratic principles and the orderly processes of constitutional government. Apparently, we had one policy in public and another policy in private. We said one thing to our friends and allies, and we did another. Where the law required notice to the Congress, efforts were made to circumvent the law. When Congress inquired, it was not always told the truth. Where Congress prohibited the involvement of government agencies, private individuals and enterprises were recruited and directed by government officials to perform prohibited activities. Where complex decisions should have involved the expertise of many in government, a few officials relied on outsiders and even foreigners to formulate and execute American policy. High officials did not ask the questions they should have asked. Activities were undertaken without authority. Checks and balances were ignored. Important meetings occurred without adequate preparation. Established procedures were circumvented. Accurate records were not kept, and legal questions were not addressed. Secondly, what should you look for in these hearings? These hearings will have three phases. In phase one, we will examine the policy of support for the Contras. Reasonable people may differ about the wisdom of this policy, and our hearings will not address the merits of the issue. Our concern here begins in 1984, when Congress and the President enacted the Boland Amendment. This law prohibited any agency engaged in intelligence activities from spending money in direct or indirect support of the Contras. These hearings will be devoted to finding out what was done during the period that the Boland Amendment was in effect to supply the Contras. By whom was it done, and at whose direction? What funds were raised, who raised them, where did they come from, and how were they spent? What was the involvement of high officials, and what did they know about the Contra supply operation? In phase two, we will examine the series of secret arms sales to Iran. We will try to find out how this policy began, why it continued, how it became an exchange of arms for hostages, and what happened to the proceeds from the sales. We will want to know who was involved, what they did, at whose direction they acted, and whom they kept informed. In phase three, we will try to assess responsibility. Who was responsible for devising these policies and supervising their execution? Did high officials abdicate responsibilities? Were high officials misinformed and misled? What was the extent of the President's knowledge and involvement? And the final question is, what do we hope to achieve in these hearings? We are here to investigate and to inform, not to prosecute. We will follow the facts where they lead. We do not seek radical change. We seek to restore established and constitutional ways of doing the nation's business. We seek to show that these misdeeds are not the way we do business in this country. These joint hearings are a part, and only a part, of the process of discovering truth about these events. Others have investigated, and we build upon their work. As we have better understood these events, changes have already been made in the way we conduct our nation's business. More changes will be made. Our constitutional process is working, and the purpose of these hearings is to contribute to the self-cleansing process of our democracy. We have no desire to prolong these hearings. We, too, want to get back to the work on other important matters on the congressional agenda. But we do have a constitutional responsibility to fulfill. We want to carry out that responsibility carefully, fairly, and faithfully. Our system of government is effective only if it enjoys respect and trust. And this inquiry will achieve its purpose if we can contribute to rebuilding that respect and trust. Now, Mr. Chairman, let me join in your remarks of praise for the work of our colleagues on the committee and for the members of our staff. That work has been skillful and diligent and, as you suggest, bipartisan. I want especially to thank the work on the House side of the Vice Chairman, Mr. Fasell, and the Ranking Member, Mr. Cheney. They have, in every respect, been supportive and helpful. And it has been a high privilege for me to work with you and Senator Rudman. Your leadership and your statesmanship will certainly mark the success of these hearings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now it is my great pleasure and privilege to call upon my distinguished colleague from New Hampshire, the Vice Chairman of the Senate Select Committee, the Honorable Warren Rudman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and Chairman Hamilton. Today, the House and Senate Select Committees begin public hearings on the Iran Arms Initiative and the diversion of arms sale profits to the Nicaraguan opposition. This is the second phase of the committee's work. The first phase being the actual investigation, which began in January and is continuing at this very moment. We begin these hearings as the nation approaches the bicentennial of our Constitution. So it's appropriate to note that the investigative power of Congress is inherent in its constitutionally assigned role as the legislative branch of government. The innate power of a legislative body to investigate comes from English common law, dating back to at least the 16th century. Committees of the House of Commons had the power to summon witnesses, examine documents, and punish for contempt, just as these two committees have today. The American colonial legislatures, the Continental Congress, and the early state legislatures relied on these precedents. Woodrow Wilson, as a college student, wrote, "The informing function of Congress should be preferred even to its legislative function." As a senator, Harry Truman stated that the power of investigation is one of the most important powers of the Congress. The manner in which that power is exercised will largely determine the position and prestige of the Congress in the future. Most of the major historical congressional investigations have been concerned with allegations against and actions by officials in the executive branch. Other examples include Watergate, the McCarthy hearings, and Teapot Dome. That is as it should be. The ability of Congress to discover the facts and expose improper conduct in the executive branch is one of the key checks in the brilliant system of checks and balances devised by the founding fathers of our country. I will take just a brief moment to thank and commend Senator Inouye, the chairman of the Senate Committee. Senator Inouye has set a standard that future special committees and their chairmen will find difficult to match. From the beginning, he has run the committee effectively and in a bipartisan fashion, which is proven by the fact that every vote taken by the committee has been decided by unanimous vote. He put together a nonpartisan, professional staff which, under the direction of Arthur Lyman, has performed brilliantly. They have worked brutal hours over the last several months, piecing this complex story together. Most are still working on it today. I also want to express my appreciation to Representative Hamilton and Representative Cheney, the chairman and ranking member of the House Committee. Their willingness, along with that of Senator Inouye, to cooperate on this sensitive matter has produced a result that nobody thought possible 4.5 months ago, one that serves our nation well and brings credit to the Congress as an institution. Merging the House and Senate investigations has ensured that the American people will get the full story sooner. By combining the hearings of the House and Senate committees, we have ensured that the full story is told to the American people in a coherent manner. By working together, the two committees have avoided an unhealthy competition and ensured a nonpartisan and professional search for the truth. The willingness of separate House and Senate committees to merge their separate identities and work as one is, to the best of my knowledge, an historic first and especially noteworthy given the high profile and sensitive nature of this subject. By the time these hearings are concluded, the American people will learn the answers to the 5 final questions: who, what, when, why, and how. Of course, we will examine the role of the President and various executive branch officials. What actions did the President specifically approve of? What exactly did federal officials do? On whose authority were such actions taken, and were any laws violated? We will also examine how the various aspects of the affair developed. Did various people consciously set out to violate the law? Were they well-intentioned policies and motives which went astray? Was the problem attributable in any way to unclear or vague federal laws on the issue? Finally, we must look at the foreign policy process. How did it work? Is the existing process flawed, or is it simply ignored? What are the ramifications when foreign policy is privatized in a way that leaves it susceptible to the control of profiteers rather than policymakers? The story that will be told is a sad one. There will be evidence of illegal behavior and contempt for our democratic form of government. There will be stories of greed and incompetence. There are many victims, especially the American people, who have a right to expect better from their government. While the investigation is still underway, we already have sufficient evidence to establish that this is an inexcusable fiasco of the first order. It is important, however, to keep things in perspective. These hearings, while laying out an unfortunate affair, also serve as a reminder of the fundamental strength of the American system. This investigation and these hearings demonstrate the self-corrective nature of our democratic government. They prove once again the brilliance of Winston Churchill when he stated that democracy is the worst system devised by the wit of man, except for all the others. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, and it is now my pleasure to call upon the ranking minority member of the House Select Committee, the Honorable Richard Cheney of Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to join with my colleagues, Mr. Rudman and Mr. Hamilton, in thanking you for your fair and impartial way in which you've proceeded in this matter. This is not an easy assignment to serve on this committee, and it certainly hasn't been an easy assignment for either of our colleagues, Mr. Hamilton or Senator Inouye. And to date, they have indeed done a very fair and impartial job of presiding over these events. I think it's also important, Mr. Chairman, to point out that there is another individual who has been very supportive and cooperative of everything this committee has done to date, and that's the President of the United States. These won't be easy hearings to watch in the West Wing, but it's important, I think, for people to know that the President has indeed cooperated fully with our investigation. Earlier this year, he appointed the Tower Commission to examine these events on behalf of the executive branch and to report, and that report has been made public. And it, too, was not easy reading. It contained some very tough criticism on the conduct of foreign policy with respect to the events under investigation by this committee. But the President, I thought, responded well to those developments. It takes a big man to submit himself and his administration to that kind of scrutiny. In connection with this inquiry, which he has encouraged, he has placed no obstacles in the path of our investigation. And as was mentioned earlier by Senator Inouye, he's even made available to members of the committee the most intimate personal thoughts of his administration, his own diary. Mr. Chairman, these are hearings about important events. It's a case study, if you will, in the conduct of U.S. foreign policy. There's a very interesting story to be told about arms sales to Iran, about negotiation for hostages, and about support of the Contras in Central America. Some will say it is even a fascinating story. But all of this has little meaning unless it's viewed within the broader framework of American foreign policy. A complete understanding of these events requires us to consider the context within which they occurred. For example, the development of a private support network to assist insurgents fighting a civil war in Central America makes little sense considered in isolation. But it takes on a whole new significance when placed in the context of the following developments: the establishment of a communist government in Nicaragua, an outpost of the Soviet Empire on the North American continent; the infusion of hundreds of millions in military aid into Nicaragua from Cuba and the Soviet Union; overwhelming evidence of continued efforts by the communist government of Nicaragua to destroy by subversion, the fragile democratic governments of their neighbors in Central America; and, of course, a U.S. government policy characterized by doubt and uncertainty, a policy which changed from supporting the Contras to prohibiting official military assistance to supporting military assistance within a few months. Obviously, the merit of various policy options for Central America will be debated in other committees and on the floor of both houses. But we must be conscious, as we pursue the facts of the Iran-Contra matter, of the larger issues which may have led to these events. One important question to be asked is, to what extent did the lack of a clear-cut policy by the Congress contribute to the events we will be exploring in the weeks ahead? What's needed, Mr. Chairman, is a calm, objective weighing of the evidence to be presented. Once all the evidence is in, we will have the opportunity to draw conclusions and to make recommendations to the House and Senate. The issues raised by these events are not new. We have had previous debates over the role of covert action, the power of the President, the role of private individuals, and the appropriate role of Congress in the conduct of U.S. foreign policy. Some will argue that these events justify the imposition of additional restrictions on presidents to prohibit the possibility of similar occurrences in the future. In my opinion, that would be a mistake. In completing our task, we should seek, above all, to find ways to strengthen the capacity of future presidents and future Congresses to meet the often dangerous and difficult challenges that are bound to arise in the years ahead.
And now I wish to call upon the Deputy President pro tempore of the United States Senate, a very distinguished gentleman from Maine, Senator George Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These hearings will address important questions for our democracy: the need for high government officials to respect and obey the law, the need for open and vigorous debate of public policy, the need for vigilant congressional oversight of the way the law is implemented. In the weeks ahead, we will hear of individual and institutional error, of wrongdoing, even of criminal activity. We will be frequently appalled, occasionally amused. Through it all, we should not lose sight of the broader issues. A democratic nation, dependent on the rule of law and respect for that law, cannot remain democratic if its government officials are not accountable to the law. And when the government abandons open and competitive debate and resorts for inadequate reason to secret decision-making by a few, the likelihood of error increases. The Iran-Contra affair is a classic example of that. The law requires the President to notify the Congress in advance of certain covert operations, or, if notice cannot be given in advance, then in a timely fashion. There is little doubt
that if the President had notified congressional leaders of his intention to sell arms to Iran and to exchange arms for hostages, they would have warned him not to do it. That was not done. As a result, a secret policy was pursued that was contrary to our public policy, contrary to what we were telling our allies to do, contrary to our national interest. In no respect were these actions wise. In every respect, they were serious mistakes for the President and for the country. James Madison observed that if men were angels, no government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige it to control itself. In those few words, Madison captured a central difficulty of government by and for the people. The difficulty was addressed in part by the separation of powers, the system of checks and balances prescribed by and embodied in our Constitution. As we begin these hearings, we focus the attention of the nation on these critical issues. We, as a committee of the Congress, with the independent counsel and the justice system, will hopefully demonstrate the ability of our government to control itself, to adjust the abuse of power. Serious wounds have been inflicted. The reputation of our nation has been damaged. The confidence of the American people in its government has been weakened. Our foreign policies in Central America and the Middle East have been thrown into question. The Tower Commission criticized a mismanaged White House, casual delegation of important power, the abdication of responsibility by some of our high officials. It answered many questions, but many other questions remain. What happened to the money? The reports of the Senate Intelligence Committee and the Tower Commission both contain references to millions of dollars raised at home and abroad by government officials and private citizens. But neither the Commission nor the committee had the time or the resources to document the money trail. We will do so. Who knew about and who authorized the use of these funds for military assistance to the Contras? Was the President, as he states, unaware of the diversion of funds from the arms sale to Iran and of other money and material assistance to the Contras in violation of the law? The President is entitled to be believed, entitled to the benefit of the doubt, unless and until there is evidence to the contrary. We will find out if there is such evidence. And if the President did not know, on whose authority and at whose request were so many elements of our government mobilized to carry out these unwise and unlawful activities? These and other questions will be answered in these hearings. We have a solemn responsibility to present all the facts, to bring the full truth to the American people as thoroughly, as fairly, as promptly as possible. Under the bipartisan leadership of the chairman and vice chairman of these committees, with the assistance of an able and dedicated staff, we have made a good start. It is now time to begin the process of laying the facts before the American people. If, when we finish these hearings, they know the truth, we will have been successful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I am pleased to recognize the distinguished Vice Chairman of the Select Committee, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fasell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some remarks to make, Mr. Chairman, but I ask unanimous consent to submit a statement for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, first let me compliment you and the ranking member and the chairman of the Senate Select Committee and the ranking member of that committee for these joint hearings. This is an historic occasion, the Congress adapting its normal procedures in order to deal with a very difficult matter. It's been totally bipartisan in our operations up till now, and I'm positive it will stay that way. The nature of what we are discussing demands it. And what these hearings are all about, what you can expect, what's been done, what's going to be done, our chairman has delineated very carefully. So these thoughts are somewhat in addition to that and represent my own personal views. Representative democracy. Basically, these hearings are about accountability, truth, and the facts. I was asked why Congress didn't do something about this before. Very simple. We didn't know anything about it. Now, it's very tough when all of the information you need is in the executive branch of government. And the system provides for equality of responsibility and power in a constitutional government. And so what we're doing here today is simply making the official record, if you will, because starting back in whenever it was, we saw demonstrated the power of another great constitutional freedom, and that is the media at work in a democratic, open, free society to get the facts to the people. And the Congress necessarily, because of the nature and the scope of this investigation, has been constantly behind the curve. But now with the examination of hundreds of witnesses and hundreds of thousands of documents, we are prepared now to make the official record and our own determination here what is the truth and what are the facts, and the American public can decide for themselves when they see and read. So we're concerned here with foreign policy, a flat statement of policy publicly expressed, but a different one entirely being privately implemented. A major agency of the government, the National Security Council, as an advisor to the president, being used as an operational agency, when in my judgment it was never contemplated by law or otherwise that it ever should have that responsibility. That the Congress was bypassed is clear and admitted, but other agencies and advice of senior members of government totally ignored. Funds or assistance provided to the contras when the Congress said otherwise. And let me address that. The Congress, in adopting any policy, reflects as best it can what's with the American people. I've always had the belief that no foreign policy can be successfully implemented that is not fully understood and supported by the American people. And I don't see any way in the world that, given the arm's length relationship that normally exists between the legislative and executive branches, that not having the opportunity for the formulation of policy, and that when you get into a divergent or unclear position with regard to the implementation of that policy, you're obviously going to run into difficulty. I don't care how zealous you are or how right you are, and that's in quotes. Laws, some criminal, some not criminal, were ignored, violated, interpretations stretched or distorted, implementation of foreign policy turned over to private individuals and organizations, obviously not a wise decision. The president either acquiesced or he was purposely kept in the dark, or people tortured the facts in order to protect the president, none of which is a good position for anybody. And I think the president's entitled to every credibility and every commendation for his cooperation with regard to the hearings that we're undertaking. So the hearings are necessary to make an official record and put all of this to rest, to learn from it as far as the operation of government is concerned, to demonstrate once again, because this is a continuing struggle, the strength of democracy, the strength and the wisdom and the common sense of the American people. So we hear about truth, we hear about accountability, we hear in these hearings about the use of zeal and power to accomplish certainly a laudable purpose in the eyes of some. But we have to live, it seems to me, if we're going to live at all in our system, by the principles of a constitutional government where no person is a law unto himself.
I'm now pleased to call upon the distinguished senior senator from the state of Idaho, the Honorable James McClure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me join with my colleagues in commending you and Chairman Hamilton and the Vice Chairman and Ranking Minority Member in the House for the way in which you have collectively brought us to the point of beginning this inquiry. We, as members of the committee, as members of the Congress, and as citizens of the United States, I think are in a debt of gratitude to you for the way in which you have handled this task. I think it bodes well for the inquiry itself, for there are major partisan overtones that could very easily submerge the committee in discussions of policy rather than matters of process. And I am very grateful that at least so far we have avoided that. And I think the chances of avoiding it are enhanced by the way in which you have approached this task. What we are about to embark on today is not a trial. It is a formal inquiry into the policy decisions that led the United States to sell arms to Iran. It is also an inquiry into how certain funds involved in those transactions may have been diverted to aid the Nicaraguan resistance. It may seem somewhat confusing that we start out by pursuing not the first line of inquiry first, but the second line of inquiry first. It is clear to me that these policies had clear and distinct and separate beginnings, and subsequently were merged for a variety of reasons. Once all of the evidence is presented, I'm confident we'll have a better understanding of how this came about. I want to touch on one particular subject that I'm sure my colleagues in the Senate committee would expect me to raise and will not be surprised, but perhaps the American public hasn't had the same opportunity to look at that issue as has the Senate committee. This is the question of what has been referred to in the public discussion of our investigation as limited use immunity, or as many would put it, why did you grant immunity to such witnesses? That phrase, or some variation of it, has been a convenient shorthand for those who try to explain what we're doing. But unfortunately, it has led many to believe that because of this limited use immunity, the independent counsel will be prevented from pursuing any potential prosecution if, in fact, there are grounds for that action. And that, as every member of this committee, of these two committees, knows, is not the case. What the committees have done is something quite different from that, because our responsibility is not prosecution, but the diligent prosecution of the information trails that will lead us to an understanding of what happened, not criminal prosecution of individuals. And to obtain that information, we need the kind of statements from those who know, which in some instances they fear may cause themselves to be exposed to possible criminal liability, and they refuse to talk. If we need that information, we have to find a way to get it. What we can do is not grant immunity, but request the court to compel witnesses to testify before us. And the court, under our laws, in making that order, also provides that the information they give us and the testimony they produce cannot be used against them in a subsequent prosecution if there is one. It does not bar the prosecutor from using the same information obtained from other sources if he believes that there is criminal prosecution and that evidence is necessary to the criminal prosecution. And I don't want to be understood by making that statement that I have concluded that there's criminal wrongdoing on the part of any one or several persons. That's not our function. That is the function of the special prosecutor and the courts to make that determination. We who have had to look at reams of information over weeks of time are aware of certain conclusions which we or others may have reached. But in the area of criminal wrongdoing, it's inappropriate for this committee to make any statements concerning it at this time. Certainly, individuals may at a later time desire to do so. Certainly, this is an important undertaking that we begin today, but I would state my own belief that there are many other issues that are of greater importance to the people of this country, and I have constituents like the one who spoke to Chairman Hamilton, who asked why we spend so much time on this. I have many people in my state of Idaho who say the same thing to me. Well, these are important times for this country, getting control of federal spending, tracking what's happening, and I'd much rather spend our time tracking what's happening on arms control negotiations, which is a policy and evolution, rather than looking back over this history, which is history. But it may, looking at the means by which this was done, may yet yield some light as to what kind of negotiations are underway and what we'll be confronted with later on in terms of administration suggestions to the Congress of the United States about arms control. We haven't yet adopted a budget, and I would guess, if I understand things correctly, the May 15th date is not likely to be met. I believe that we have serious issues that confront us, and yet we have a preoccupation whenever there is a titillating story to be told that sometimes diverts us from more fundamental questions. U.S. policy in Central America is not just a contest between the Congress and the administration, and it's not just a question of administrative process. It's a fundamental security question that is hotly debated in the Congress and between the Congress and the administration, and therefore has a very great importance, and yet this committee is not really impaneled, empowered, nor indirected to debate what Central American policy ought to be. We're trying to find out how the administration dealt with the question of Central American policy in ways in which the Congress had also acted in the same question. I believe in the weeks ahead we'll be able to conduct this investigation in a thorough manner, and when we have done that, the American public will have the opportunity to see more clearly than they have to this time some of the details of the evolution of policy, and certainly a great many people will be watching very carefully to see whether or not we have found where all the money went. But let's keep our eye on our goal and not allow ourselves to be diverted into intriguing sidelights or side channels. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I think it is obvious that this is an inquiry by the Congress of the United States that will look more closely at administration actions than it looks at congressional actions. And we will have to be, I think, judicious in looking at our own actions in terms of congressional statements in the past as policy was developed, and congressional responsibility for the lack of trust which is evident between the administration and the Congress. All the responsibility does not lie at either end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Broomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As these public hearings finally get underway, I hope we can now move more quickly to determine the truth, assign responsibility for what happened, and then put this matter behind us. The American people deserve no less. Because of the seriousness of this investigation, the Congress has proceeded carefully, respecting the legitimate concerns of the special prosecutor that important evidence be safeguarded for possible criminal trials. However, as important as the special prosecutor's role is, Congress also has an important role. Congress and the country cannot be held hostage to this single issue indefinitely. The national preoccupation with this matter hangs like a dark cloud over our government, diluting its effectiveness in dealing with domestic problems and weakening our position in the world arena. Our responsibility now is to see that the facts are laid out clearly and completely for the American people. They are capable of arriving at their own judgments about the wisdom of the policy that spawned that tragic affair. I say let the chips fall where they may, but let's get on with it so that the government can return to governing effectively. President Reagan has been open and above board in his desire to cooperate. In fact, his decision to waive executive privilege regarding confidential matters with his closest advisors was a great help to our investigation and almost unprecedented in our history. Some basic facts are clear. In hindsight, the President's decision to sell arms to Iran was obviously and clearly a mistake. I've served now under 7 different presidents, Republicans and Democrats, and I can say that all of them have made mistakes at one time or another. And while some of the President Reagan's advisors were motivated by the hope of improving relations with Iran, they succeeded only in undercutting our relations with other allies. The United States cannot have a strong and effective policy of combating terrorism if we secretly trade arms for hostages. And obviously that's exactly what happened. Although it is clear that the President's decision over time were driven by compassion for the hostages and their families, it is equally clear that the sale of arms to Iran was the wrong decision based on faulty advice from a system that had been short-circuited. If the White House had followed standard procedures in developing the Iran Initiative, which provides for a coordinated review by the National Security Council and discussion with the intelligence committees of Congress, in my judgment, that disaster probably could have been avoided. The other side of the investigation, the diversion of government funds and the financing of military equipment for the Nicaraguan resistance from private funds, also paints a very disappointing picture. We are a nation of laws, and regardless of our position on the United States policy in Nicaragua, we are all required to abide by those same guiding principles. Those involved in circumventing the law did a great disservice to the President, the Congress, and the American people. Over the course of the coming weeks, some of those individuals will be called before this committee so that the American people may judge their guilt or their innocence. Our responsibility will be to hear them out with an open mind and respecting their reputations and rights as individuals and resisting any temptation in the glare of national attention to jump to hasty and unfair judgments. And I want to say in conclusion, most of all, I hope we can move in a straight line to the truth of the central question before us, without any detours and without any further delay.
I call on the senior senator from Georgia, Sam Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman and counterpart leadership on the House side, I commend all of you for your unique and I think unprecedented contribution to having a Senate and House committee join together for a very important purpose, but to do so in a spirit of complete cooperation. This staff has been assembled very rapidly, but we have, I think, a great dual blessing in Arthur Lyman and John Niels and the people they've put together. And I think in exemplary fashion, they've done splendid work, and I share the views of my colleagues already expressed about that diligent work, which we will, of course, be examining in detail in the coming days and weeks. Our task is a serious and solemn task that has already been said and said eloquently. All of us would like to see our hostages return. We hope and pray for that every day, and all of us would like to see democracy in Central America. But we cannot abuse democracy at home in the pursuit of democracy abroad. The central issue thus becomes whether this administration upheld the law or flaunted the law. In addressing this issue, we've got to ask tough questions. I think they fall in the category of three general areas. Questions about the administration's regard for the rule of law. Questions about the administration's competence in the conduct of foreign policy. And questions about the President's responsibility for these events. Mr. Chairman, this is certainly not a pleasant task, but it is a very important task. The questions we will be asking go to the heart of our constitutional system. The answers we get and what we as a nation do about those answers will tell us a great deal about ourselves. Thank you.
I recognize the distinguished majority leader of the House of Representatives, Mr. Foley.
Chairman, I compliment the joint staff and I compliment the leadership of the committee on both sides of the aisle. I share the views of almost all the members who have spoken before. I have no further opening statement.
I call on the senior senator from Alabama, Senator Howell Heflin.
Mr. Chairman, the burden we undertake today is a heavy one. The process historic, the outcome both important and uncertain. It is one, however, which we can most definitely mishandle. Senator Sam Ervin stated the congressional investigation can be an instrument of freedom or it can be freedom's scourge. It can debase our principles and afford a platform for demagogues and the rankest partisans. Hopefully, the work of these committees will be attuned to the highest precepts that should guide congressional inquiries. We're here today to begin a process of investigation, of affirmation, and of restoration. A legislative investigation in a democracy can be a salutary event. Done properly, it can have a cleansing effect. If there is corruption or malfeasance, it can open it up, expose it, cleanse it, and importantly, begin the process of healing. In carrying out this function, I believe it is appropriate to have a comprehensive three-pronged approach. Seek the truth, find the truth, report the truth. In 1922, Senator Robert La Follette urged his colleagues to launch a comprehensive investigation into alleged abuses of authority. No matter whom it hits or hurts, he said, let us have the facts. The American people will be satisfied with nothing less. As the truth is found and told, we may well conclude, sadly, that in the course of pursuing democratic principles in foreign lands, we may have subverted them at home. Second, these hearings are about affirmation. Yes, they're about rogue elephants, Persian rug merchants, loose cannons, soldiers of fortunes, privateers, profiteers, believers, hostages, contras. But they are also about separation of powers, national security, Fifth Amendment rights, allegations of misconduct, charges of cover-up, the right to know, and importantly, they are about the rule of law. Passion for the rule of law. Yes, these hearings are about the elevation of respect for the rule of law and constitutional principles above ideology and power. These hearings are about Iran and Contras, but they are also about affirming some fundamental American values: honesty, openness, truth, credibility, and the sacred covenant of a trust a president makes with the American people when he asks for and receives their vote, and when he vows to see that the laws of the land are faithfully executed. We're here then to affirm two fundamental truths upon which our republic was founded: that a nation of laws does not permit officials of the government to act above the law, and a nation of laws does not permit official acts outside the law. Third, we are involved in a process of restoration. This healing procedure may be painful and take time, but hopefully at the end we will be proud of restoring unity and credibility between the stated policy and the actual policy, of restoring order to a disorderly process of decision-making, of restoring trust by our allies in our word as a nation, and most importantly, of restoring trust by our people in their government. Mr. Chairman, there will be those who say our motives are political. I'm convinced that the vast majority of this panel is looking out for American interests first rather than party advantages. To the critics, I would say this: I would take no joy in seeing any administration crippled. I would take no joy in seeing our entire nation being embarrassed in the court of world opinion, as in recent weeks we have, as in coming weeks we further will be. Let the process of investigating publicly go forward. Let the process of affirming begin. Let us undertake the restoration process of national cleansing and healing. Thank you.
I recognize the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By way of preface, I'm not yet ready to confine this administration to the tomb, and so what I have to say may break step with what is becoming a bipartisan funeral march for the administration. I don't condone, and I will condemn with the most righteous of you the unwise, improvident, and even illegal actions some in the administration may have committed. But there are overriding considerations that I hope are not lost sight of as we move deliberately towards judgment. Mr. Chairman, it's inconceivable that this sort of inquiry could occur anywhere else in the world. It's both a compliment and a temptation. It's a temptation to try to make policy points which are extraneous to the narrow focus of this investigation. But if we do our work in a disciplined way, as people who are sworn to preserve and protect the Constitution, we and the country will come out of this with a strengthened presidency and a strengthened Congress. However, if this becomes the occasion to conduct civil war by other means, we will have a weakened presidency and do no credit to ourselves. We will also weaken the confidence of other people and other nations that our democracy can really work. Our founding fathers fashioned this country so that there would be tensions between the executive and legislative branches. But there are creative tensions and there are destructive tensions. We've had an example in the last 14 years of how extra-legal activity on the part of the executive branch can lead to a destructive tension between the President and Congress, the result of which has weakened the presidency and filled Congress with the delusion that it knows best when it comes to foreign policy. I don't want to shatter the glow of bipartisan amity that suffuses this chamber when I suggest that when 535 cooks try to prepare their version of a foreign policy broth, you'd better approach it with a very long spoon. Parenthetically, Mr. Chairman, I've always felt the famous Dear Commandante letter sent to President Ortega, whom some think is Walter Reuther with a Spanish accent, and signed by about 12 of the leaders of the majority party, was a classic example of a private foreign policy, at least quasi-private. These hearings will not explore what our inconstant policies mean to the Contra campesino in the mountains wondering whether he'll have any food or ammunition the next week, nor the consequences of our unpredictability on our allies. Unfortunately, we will not examine the plight of a president who correctly perceives the threat to democracy and our own national security by Soviet domination of the land bridge between North and South America, and who confronts a recalcitrant Congress, a Congress whose schizophrenic notions of fighting communism includes resistance in Afghanistan and Cambodia, 12 time zones away, but none in our own hemisphere. We may well wonder whether our form of democracy is equipped to survive in a dangerous world when we cannot keep a secret, and other countries whose trust we need become increasingly loath to cooperate. I do not wish to be understood as defending everything that was done by members of this administration, some of which did not serve our country well, and some of what not was done, such as the failure to notify Congress, also did not serve our country well. And the very cause they and some of us so deeply believe in, democracy in Central America, may have been irreparably harmed by their actions. But I am convinced the controversy we are about to investigate does not have to do, at bottom line, with who broke what law. That is an important dimension of our work, and we will find the answers. And what we don't find, I'm sure Judge Walsh will. But this debate is not essentially about narrow questions of legality. It is about some passionately held beliefs, one of which is the conviction that democracy and freedom will survive and flourish in our hemisphere, and how best to achieve this. When all this is over, Mr. Chairman, perhaps we'll have a more united country. I know of no group of people more adequate to this task than the congressmen and senators serving on these two committees, and I'm honored to be among them. Thank you.
I'm now pleased to call upon the senior senator from the state of Maryland, the Honorable Paul Sarbanes.
Mr. Chairman, as the Select Committee begins public hearings on secret military assistance to Iran and the Nicaraguan opposition, it is the responsibility of this inquiry to develop as complete and accurate a narrative of the facts as can be established. This will better enable the Congress and the American people to make an informed judgment on these events and to reach conclusions about what must now be done to set the situation right. Important work has already been completed by other committees of the Congress and by the Tower Commission, and I want to acknowledge their significant contributions. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of Senators Inouye and Rudman and Congressman Hamilton and Cheney in ensuring a fair and careful inquiry. In the course of reconstructing fully and accurately the chain of events, there are a number of basic questions that need to be asked. How was policy made? How were policies carried out? Who was making policy? And who was carrying it out? We need to understand the process, or lack thereof, by which policy was made and implemented. What occurred was not only a breakdown, or put more accurately, a deliberate breaking down of the checks and balances between the executive and legislative branches of our government, but also a breaking down of the checks and balances within the executive branch itself. Established procedures were circumvented. Internal controls were ignored. A private, unaccountable network to raise funds and to supply arms was established to carry out major segments of American foreign policy. Furthermore, the policy actually being pursued secretly was sharply at odds with the policy publicly stated to the world and to our people. These questions as to how decisions were made and implemented, and by whom, are central to our inquiry because they go to the fundamental issue of how our system of free self-government is meant to function. The complex system of checks and balances set out in the Constitution, the sharing of powers between the executive and the legislative, was designed expressly to place a restraint on power and to result in better decisions for our people. Especially in this bicentennial year of the Constitution, it is critical to remember that no substantive end, no particular policy, however zealously desired, can justify undermining the principles which are at the heart of our democracy.
I'm pleased to recognize the distinguished chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Ladino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question which has been asked most frequently since the November disclosures of the Iran-Contra affair has been, is this another Watergate? Sensitive to my role as a member of this committee, I have been scrupulously reluctant about any comments I might make until I'd had sufficient opportunity to examine the considerable body of evidence at hand and to weigh and analyze certain uncontroverted facts which have come to our attention. Based on this examination, there has already emerged a picture or pattern of questionable conduct, of illegality and wrongdoing, reaching all the way into the White House, raising serious questions concerning possible knowledge and involvement on the part of the President. We have already learned that there has been a diversion of funds to the Contras from the sale of arms to Iran, which appears to be a violation of our laws. We have also learned that as a consequence of the ongoing investigation by the independent counsel, a guilty plea to a criminal conspiracy to defraud the government has been entered into by Mr. Channel, fundraiser of the National Endowment for the Preservation of Liberty, naming Colonel North and other individuals connected with the White House as co-conspirators. These actions by high-ranking government officials and others connected with them cut to the very heart of our constitutional system and represent a serious breach of public trust. This public inquiry is therefore not only essential to help restore that trust, but to assure the American public that no one is above the law. Some in this country and outside of it have lamented that America may become bogged down in what they call its relentless self-investigatory ordeal. When laws are broken or conveniently ignored, when the people and their elected representatives are deliberately bypassed in the informational process established and required by our system, when secret actions replace regular foreign policy-making channels, then those responsible, no matter who, must be held accountable to the sovereign people under the laws of this land. The need for and the importance of a thorough, careful, and nonpartisan public investigation cannot be overemphasized. The larger issues raised are not simply the coherency of American foreign policy in the Middle East or Central America, though those policies are of great importance. The fundamental questions posed, just as in the Watergate crisis, have to do with the executive's misunderstanding of the rule of law. Nothing undermines our representative system of government more than actions taken by officials entrusted with the reins of government which, even for purposes believed to be good, are designed to set aside the law, distort, or ignore it. And for all the inconsistencies of policy, for all the arrogance of power exhibited by certain administration officials who secreted their schemes from the open purview of the Congress and the American people, only our adherence to the rule of law can, in the end, restore the people's trust, which has been so sorely impaired. Finally, in this year when we celebrate the bicentennial of our Constitution, I reflect back on that moment in history when Benjamin Franklin was asked by Mrs. Powell of Philadelphia, "What have you given us, Doctor, a monarchy or a republic?" Franklin replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." Franklin's warning is more than historical rhetoric. While we may not want to emphasize or overemphasize the damage to the public trust, we cannot afford to trivialize or ignore its consequences. So as painful, as time-consuming, and as drudging as this investigation may be, let us proceed carefully and thoroughly, remembering our own public trust and our own responsibility. Thank you.
I'm now pleased to call upon the distinguished Vice Chairman of the Senate Committee on Intelligence, the gentleman from Maine, Senator Bill Cohen.
Mr. Chairman, many journalists have been asking the question recently of why have these hearings, and will there be any new dramatic revelations, and is this just another case of Congress trying to tie up Gulliver with trivialities? And finally, won't the American people be bored? Well, the answer is that our purpose is not to entertain but to inform, and not to electrify the electorate but to educate our citizens about the importance of our institutions, about the reverence we must have for the rule of law, about the consequences of amputating the checks and balances in our system that guard against arbitrary, unwise, or indeed even illegal action. Walter Lippmann reminded us that the great virtue of democracy, in fact its supreme virtue, is that it supplies a method for dragging realities into the light, of summoning our rulers to declare themselves and to submit to judgment. These hearings, in my judgment, are not intended to serve as a brass band parade or a funeral march. Mr. Chairman, the government in this country is based upon the consent of the governed. But consent is meaningless unless it's informed consent. And there are times when a president must act covertly to promote our security and to protect our lives. But when major policy is constructed behind closed doors by a few men and carried out by either patriots or profiteers in the shadowy world of covert action, then the American people may belatedly discover that an unwise course of action has been undertaken without their knowledge, without their consent, and against every intuitive sense of propriety. And moreover, when major policies are not openly debated and formulated, when financing for undisclosed programs come from private pockets or foreign treasuries, there are promises, express or implied, that are made in our name. At some point, at some time, a quid will always be called for the quo. Why should private individuals or foreign countries support the Contras? What's the price of their goodwill? What measure of compensation will be exacted? Will the cost be affordable or consistent with our ideals or our interest? The story that's unfolded is not titillating. It's disheartening in several respects. First, by allowing arms to be included to obtain American hostages, we engaged in an act of folly and hypocrisy. America's back was placed on the cruel rack of extortionists, and everyone knows that an extortionist's price is never paid. It will always be another load of weapons for another group of victims. And moreover, by openly advocating a policy of not dealing with terrorists and their sponsors, and then covertly practicing another, we undermine our ability to lead the free world in building an effective and unified policy to defeat the threat of international terrorism. With respect to the Contra aid program, it will become clear that so much time was spent on secrecy, so much time wasted on evasion, so much money misdirected or remains missing, there was little chance left for competence in providing effective military assistance to the Contras. It was not only the American taxpayers who were deceived by fraudulent charitable organizations and Congress that was actively misled about the sources of the Contra funding, but the Contras themselves who were filled with false hopes and empty promises. As Chairman Inouye has pointed out, a portion of Congress's House is constructed of glass. And while a majority of Congress's members wanted to be on record in opposition to support for the Contras, they were unwilling to accept the responsibility for terminating all assistance. And as a result, the administration aggressively searched through the shifting, restrictive funding conditions set by Congress and exploited every ambiguity in the law to carry on this policy of military and paramilitary support. These hearings will help determine whether the administration's moral zeal obscured its collective judgment and whether the perceived nobility of its purpose led some individuals into the zone of lawlessness. Mr. Chairman, the laws that we pass may not always be wise, but unless they're faithfully executed and followed, then we inch closer to despotism or anarchy where freedom and safety of our citizens is equally at risk. If public officials are free to ignore the law, to stultify it, to twist or disfigure its meaning in the name of superior motive or righteousness of cause, then we invite our undoing. It's conceivable that during this year of the celebration of our Constitution, the American people will be bored with this information, that the ratings of the networks will slip, that the demand for daytime drama will force the Klieg lights in this room to be dimmed. Tedium may try the patience of the people that we represent. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that will happen, but even if it should, we have the obligation to continue to present a full disclosure of the evidence so that the governed can be assured that they will get precisely the kind of government that they choose and they deserve. Thank you.
I recognize the distinguished chairman of the House Government Operations Committee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. 13 years ago, a former colleague of ours became President of the United States under unprecedented and trying circumstances. Gerald Ford took the opportunity that day to remind us that truth is the glue that holds government together. Not only our government, but civilization itself. Today, the Congress is proceeding on an extraordinary exercise of its constitutional power to investigate activities of the executive branch. This time, we're looking into the secret delivery of arms to a hostile nation, dealing with terrorists for the release of hostages, and the diversion of funds to a civil war in Central America. Once again, the fundamental issue is truth. If the Congress and the American people cannot trust the word of those who lead us, if we cannot trust them to work within the system of our government, and if we cannot trust them to obey the spirit as well as the letter of the law of the land, then nothing stands between us and tyranny. Now, the story of the Iran-Contra affair, as it has unfolded in the past 6 months, is a story of a group of people who, in their zeal to accomplish their personal goals, turned their backs on our system of government. When they couldn't justify their policies publicly, they simply hid their activities from the American people, from the Congress, even from key officials within their own administration. When they couldn't muster the political support to continue military assistance in Central America, they simply privatized the effort, collaborating with individuals outside the established processes of government in an attempt to shield their actions from the accountability that our three-branch system of government provides. When they couldn't defend their actions with truth, they simply lied to us and to each other. And we just can't let the obvious statement that mistakes were made in our dealings with Iran and in our activities in Central America, as if those mistakes materialized out of thin air, untouched by human hands. Our job is to provide the what, the when, the how, the who, to go along with mistakes were made, and to put those facts on the table. Otherwise, we run the risk of letting those mistakes happen again at some time in the future. And that's something that we as a nation cannot afford, that we as a Congress must work to prevent. To do our job, we need the facts, and we need the truth.
It is my pleasure now to present the distinguished chairman of the Senate Committee on Intelligence, the gentleman from Oklahoma, David Boren.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, as I was walking through the Tulsa airport on my way back to Washington from Oklahoma, a man stopped me to ask, Senator, what possible good can come from those hearings that are about to begin? I think I do understand why he asked me that question. Perhaps he was thinking of the pain, the disappointment, the divisiveness that hearings like these often leave in their wake. Perhaps he was thinking about the time and attention which will be given to these hearings and the possibilities, as others have said today, that we could be diverted from dealing with the serious economic problems and other challenges we face as a nation. The man in the airport may have been worried that this committee might give in to the temptation to conduct a political circus instead of seeking the truth in a fair and impartial way. Good will result from these hearings only if all of us are determined to stay on the right course. It will be good for the country if we can demonstrate that members of Congress are capable of substituting statesmanship for politics as usual. We must demonstrate by our actions that there are no Democrats and there are no Republicans on this committee, only Americans. Good can come from this process if we complete our work with the understanding that we must rebuild, as the chairman has said, the concept of a bipartisan foreign policy based upon mutual trust between the Congress and the President. Another positive result of this inquiry will be the strengthening of the oversight process. As the chairman has mentioned, since January, I've had the responsibility of chairing the Senate Intelligence Committee.
That committee has already moved in a constructive way to improve the oversight process. With the executive branch, we are now developing an independent audit capability for the committee in regard to covert action programs. And we have put in place new procedures regarding the form and content of covert action notifications. The Intelligence Committee will conduct a full set of hearings on the oversight process when this committee finishes its work. Above all, the investigation we began today will make a lasting contribution to this nation if we finish it with a deeper understanding of our constitutional system and a stronger determination to protect and preserve it. It is my sincere hope that every school student, and indeed every citizen who watches these hearings, will come away with a greater understanding of our Constitution in its bicentennial year. These hearings should be a learning process for all of us so that we can avoid making the same mistakes again in the future. Under the Constitution, we as Americans make policy decisions by passing laws through Congress. The President, under Article 2 of our Constitution, is charged with the duty, and I quote now the Constitution, to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. No one, presidents, members of Congress, or any other official of our government is given the right under our Constitution to try to get around the law. That is what we mean when we say, as others have said today, that we are a government of laws rather than of men. We may sincerely believe that Congress is wrong in passing a certain law, but not even good intentions can justify any of us in substituting our own judgment for the process set out in the Constitution. When any part of government is allowed to systematically ignore or evade a law simply because it does not like it, our Constitution and the protection which it affords to all Americans is eroded and endangered. These hearings will be of lasting benefit if, as a result of them, all of us across this country renew our commitment to vigilantly defend the rule of law against all attempts to undermine it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Corder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we learn from these hearings is more important than the hearings themselves. The facts are indeed important, but the lessons that come from those facts are essential. One thing we should learn here is that there is always tension between two legitimate constitutional needs. On the one hand is the administration's need to protect classified information, sensitive programs, and covert operations. And on the other hand is the need for congressional knowledge and oversight. Congress has a right to know how the chief executive is conducting the nation's business. That need must be met with confidence and non-disclosure where necessary. When the harmonious relationship between Congress and the President breaks down, everything suffers. The administration doesn't give and Congress does not get important information. Programs are scrubbed and Congress' sensitive operations are damaged. Foreign governments distance themselves from the United States. America indeed loses. Second, we should learn that when the Constitution is working, the chief executive has primacy in foreign policy. But Congress also indeed has a role. But this relationship has been changing. Congress has been pushing for a wider role in foreign policy with the War Powers Act, the Clark Amendment, and similar types of restrictions. What can we learn from this trend? What are its fruits? And finally, what about the President? This President, any President. When Ronald Reagan was elected President in 1980, a major reason was his understanding of what was wrong at that time and his clear vision as to how to change it for the future. Instead of taking the case for the Nicaraguan freedom fighters to the people, Ronald Reagan's administration went covert. It seemed easier for Reagan's White House to find holes in the Boland Amendment than to challenge the wisdom of that measure, its isolationism, and its constitutionality. In fact, the Reagan administration's whole foreign policy approach is marked by a kind of camouflage, by refusal to take America into its confidence, to say what must be done, and then simply to do it. Candidate Ronald Reagan said he wanted to turn the ship of state around. The captain of this administration has been turning it so slowly that he hopes no one will notice. Ronald Reagan said he wanted to support the freedom fighters in Angola, yet it was Congress without Reagan's support that repealed the Clark Amendment. Mr. Reagan said that the Soviet Union was an evil empire that couldn't be trusted to keep its agreements, yet Congress had to force Ronald Reagan to publish Soviet violations of arms control agreements. Ronald Reagan once said he wanted the communist Sandinistas to cry uncle, yet it was his administration's policy to use the freedom fighters only to interdict arms shipments to El Salvador, to pretend we weren't mining Nicaraguan waters against Soviet Cuban ships, and to rely on the Contadora process to push the Soviets out of our own hemisphere. It was the president who traded a spy for an innocent journalist kidnapped by Gorbachev and said he didn't make a deal. It was his administration that stood by when Major Nicholson died on the concrete in Berlin, when Petty Officer Statham was murdered by terrorists in Beirut, and when a passenger plane was shot from the skies over the Sea of Japan. It was Ronald Reagan who then ran to Reykjavik at Gorbachev's command. Ronald Reagan chopped down trees in 1980 and hinted at what he would do to Iran if the hostages weren't returned. Yet Ronald Reagan's administration is being chopped down by its secret eagerness to trade with terrorists while publicly denying it would ever do so. This administration's lack of frankness sometimes appalls me. Ronald Reagan should have had the courage of Ronald Reagan's own convictions. You can't just sneak policy up on the American people. Who but Ronald Reagan is to blame for jeopardizing that which he himself wanted to do? It didn't take Congress long to discover this White House was empty. In politics, too, nature abhors a vacuum. Congress rushed in to fill it with the Boland Amendment, with restraints on new weapons procurements, lately with the threat of forcing America to live within the SALT II treaty limitations. When the President had abdicated, the solution is simple. Let Congress be President. It may seem odd, but the Constitution only works when each branch stands up for its proper powers and its proper rights. When the President uses cooperation as an excuse to give up its foreign policy, the executive branch loses its ability to conduct foreign policy altogether. This is where President Reagan has brought us in our Constitution's bicentennial year. If these hearings shed light on the issue of how the Constitution balances foreign policy powers, if these hearings initiate fresh debate on the deepening threat to our country from Soviet aggression in Central America, as well as Soviet destabilization in the Middle East, then we will have served a transcending purpose in reviving the constitutional order and making it possible to give the American people the effective, anti-totalitarian, pro-democracy foreign policy that they want and that they richly deserve. Thank you.
It is now my pleasure to present the distinguished senator from the state of Utah, the Honorable Orrin Hatch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted to be here and to try to get to the bottom of the facts of this particular matter. This is our Constitution's bicentennial year, and I suspect that this will be one of the great exercises with regard to the Constitution during that particular year. There are a lot of constitutional issues involved here, a lot of cross-checks between the various branches of government. There are a lot of interesting aspects, due process rights. There are a lot of considerations of rights, responsibilities, and, of course, work between the various branches of Congress. Over the past several months since this story broke, of course, I've watched as the events surrounding the Iranian arms sales have been discussed, they've been debated, they've been reported in the media in great detail. Scarcely a day has passed in which there hasn't been a major front-page article in the Washington Post and other similar media publications. And I think, frankly, we have overdone it. We've become obsessed with this affair. Now, this isn't to say that the questions raised here aren't important. Of course they are, and I hope that we will answer them through these proceedings. But whereas a measure of public self-flagellation may be constructive, it seems to me that we have been turning it into an art form. We must, of course, examine our mistakes and learn from them. But as much as a certain small segment of our society or our country seems to want to keep this controversy alive, I have a strong belief that the American people feel a little bit differently about it. In my frequent travels back home to Utah, for example, I get the real feeling that the vast majority of Americans out there are sick and tired of the whole affair, and they're sick and tired about hearing about it. And they would like to see us put a merciful end to this public inquiry and get on with the business at hand. Now, in my mind, there are two key questions in this matter. What did the President know, and where did the money go? Almost everything else centers on those two questions. There are many other questions, of course, but I hope we can ascertain the answers of these questions as soon as possible. Now, I have every confidence that under the chairmanship of these fine chairmen and vice chairmen, who have done an excellent job this far, we'll be able to do so. Now, in the process of answering these key questions, I anticipate that we will reveal a rather intriguing story, or should I say set of stories, because I think these stories will illustrate some of the serious pitfalls that flow from a system where crucial foreign policy decisions and operations are entrusted to lower echelon and lower level officials and private individuals acting under a, I should say, a shroud of secrecy and a cloud of quasi-authority. In the end, it appears that overzealousness and mismanagement made their appearances. Greed and corruption have also made their appearances, certainly in the case of the Iranian middlemen. And I might say, consequently, a desperate situation became even worse. So I hope that after we've heard all the facts, we will examine them carefully and take whatever corrective steps we should. If we need legislation, let's pass it and get on with it. We need to take constructive action while looking ahead, not destructive action while looking back. Now, I compliment the chairman and the vice chairman of these select committees. I just want to say they've done an outstanding job of putting together these hearings. They've developed a spirit of cooperation between the two committees that I think is admirable and, in my experience, unexcelled in Washington's history. They have outlined an ambitious program to effectively communicate to the American people what has actually happened here. And again, I call the attention of everybody to the constitutional issues involved here. There are some grave and important constitutional issues. There have been some very poor directions given by the Congress. As you look at the laws that we passed and the inconsistent and contradictory laws that we've passed, the way Congress has acted in some of these areas, Congress has, I think, its share of responsibility with regard to the problems here. There are some awful problems here, but I hope we'll get to the bottom of them, dispose of them, and get America back on its feet and get this administration moving in a positive, forward fashion in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize the chairman of the House Select Committee on Intelligence, Mr. Stokes of Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this setting has seen many events that have shaped the direction and leadership of American politics. So it is fitting that this joint committee address the issues arising from the covert sale of arms to Iran in such a setting. This setting, however, and these hearings would never have taken place had the executive branch of our government adhered to the safeguards in our constitutional form of government. I come here today troubled by the events which led to the firing of Colonel Oliver North and the removal of Admiral John Poindexter as Director of the National Security Council. I come here concerned about the conduct of an operation in support of the Contras being run out of the basement of the People's White House. I come here concerned about this operation leading to the appointment of a special prosecutor to conduct a criminal investigation, which has already resulted in one conviction. I'm concerned about the conduct of officials in the executive branch of government who not only circumvented the law prohibiting aid to the Contras, but in doing so also diverted funds. But even more than that, I am concerned about the flagrant disregard for current law which required Congress to be informed of their engagement in this covert activity. It is this flagrant disregard for the responsibilities imposed upon Congress under our Constitution that brings us to this forum today. Implicit in the responsibilities imposed upon both the executive and the legislative branches of our government is the trust the American people have reposed in both branches of government. Not only will these hearings reveal that Congress did not know of these activities, but in the exercise of their oversight responsibilities were misled and deceived by the executive branch of government. Our constitutional system of checks and balances was designed so as to protect the American people from the frailties of men. Ours is a nation of laws, and under our system, no man is above or beyond the law. The trust granted to its officials by the American people is a critical factor in the foreign policy of the United States. Under our Constitution, it is the President who has the executive power of government in the area of foreign affairs. But the Constitution does not make an absolute grant of presidential authority in foreign affairs. The Congress, too, has certain well-defined powers. Only Congress can declare war. It is the Congress which must appropriate funds for the conduct of foreign policy. It is in the exercise of its constitutional powers that Congress had the authority to limit the President in his conduct of foreign policy, as it did with the Boland Amendment. But more than the legal arguments and debates around the Boland Amendment and the requirement to give notice of covert actions to Congress is a more fundamental issue in a democracy. The ultimate question to be answered in these hearings is not the question being bantered around in the media of whether the President knew, and if so, when did he know. That question will be answered. The more important question to be answered for the American people is whether by the President's actions and the actions of others, they broke their trust with the American people by becoming ungoverned by law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It is now my pleasure to present the distinguished senator from the state of Virginia, the Honorable Paul Tribble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think for most of us, these hearings today involve far more than people in arms and policy and law. More profoundly and more importantly, ours is an act of keeping faith. For faith in our institutions, by those who govern and by those who are governed, is the very foundation of this republic. Those who consent to government must be certain the power of government will be used justly. Should we fall from that faith, it is essential that we right our course. For our citizens must know that our institutions serve constitutional purposes and the common good. Our policies will reflect common agreement. It's that faith that has sustained us for more than 200 years, and that is the reason why our nation serves as a model for all those who aspire for freedom. Should we fall from that faith, it is essential that we right our course. For our citizens must know that our institutions serve constitutional purposes and the common good. Restoring faith, or in the words of Madison, obliging government to control itself, is a task of the greatest delicacy. Our hearings will have immense consequences for public opinion, for the proper role of Congress in overseeing the executive branch, for the conduct of foreign policy. Yet despite its delicacy, this inquiry is indelibly American. Our procedure is a constitutionally sanctioned and traditionally recognized method for the people to remedy defects in their government. In fact, in no other nation in the world would government inquiry into foreign policy be so open for people to see and to judge, and in so doing, to reaffirm their principles and their faith. This is America, not at its basest, but at its best. A troubling theme for me, for many of us, is that throughout these events, there's the apparent belief that the executive branch alone knows best, that Congress and the American people have no business being entrusted with the shaping of foreign policy, and that where the cause is righteous, the law cannot be allowed to stand in the way. That idea challenges the very essence of our democracy. For in a free society, the end does not justify the means, and we can never hope to advance freedom in the world by ignoring the rule of law at home. That, after everything is said and done, is what brings us together here today. Mr. Chairman, I want to applaud your leadership, and that of Senator Rudman and your counterparts in the House of Representatives. You, more than anyone else, are responsible for the bipartisan spirit that's marked our deliberations thus far. I trust that we will continue to act, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans first. We must pursue the truth wherever it leads us, with vigor, fully, fairly, and with dispatch. And then let's stand aside, and let's let the nation move ahead with its other pressing business. I thank you.
I recognize the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. McCollum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm just as restless as many of you are, and my stomach is just as hungry, but I'll be very brief. I do want to make a few remarks this morning about what we're about to proceed upon. Undoubtedly, in the arms dealings and related contra matters, some mistakes, some major mistakes of judgment were made, and it appears that some individuals broke some laws. However, our mission is not to determine whether any laws were broken. That's the responsibility of the special counsel, or the independent counsel as we call it. Our purpose is to lay out for the public all the facts, to provide answers to the remaining unanswered questions, and to address the broad policy issues raised by these matters. For many, the key question is, has the President been telling the truth? This question we must find answers to. However, there are some other questions that are equally important to us. A number of witnesses we will hear are highly disciplined, highly trained, bright men who have had exceptional careers with our government. In the conduct of foreign operations, we have a system that includes the Central Intelligence Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and a number of special operations forces. Many of the men involved in this matter have been a part of this system. Yet in this case, they deliberately went outside the system. The obvious question is why? What were their motives? What were their concerns? What were their reasons? Other key questions for us are, what should the role of a president in foreign policy be when he disagrees with Congress? How far can or should Congress go in restraining the prerogative of a president in the conduct of foreign policy? Are the apparent excesses of some of the president's men in this case a demonstration of the need for more restraint, or the product of too many restraints already in place? As these hearings proceed over the next few weeks, we must withstand the temptation to prejudge the facts. We're going to hear from a wide array of witnesses, and much of what they have to say is going to be quite complex. Our committee is divided between two political parties, and during these hearings we must also refrain from the temptation to put a partisan political spin on the facts that we hear. My great respect for my colleagues on this panel gives me hope that we'll be able to resist these temptations, and that we'll be able to proceed with and complete our task in the best traditions of this institution. And Mr. Chairman, because of this, it's a great honor to serve on this panel, and I'm looking forward to the hearings and to the witnesses that we're about to give. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Chairman, the Civil War era Milligan case, the United States Supreme Court noted that the Constitution of the United States is a law for rulers and people, equally in war and peace. No doctrine involving more pernicious consequences was ever invented by the wit of a man then, that any of its provisions can be suspended during any of the great exigencies of government. Today, we begin the public exposition of the Iran-Contra affair. Other committees of the Congress in other times have conducted similar inquiries. I think anyone who reviews those records could not help but be struck by the presence of a common theme. Proceedings like these are the consequences, the natural and probable consequences of practices of deception. In the coming months, we will hear from individuals who hold or held positions of responsibility in our government. individuals who, as a condition to accepting those positions, promise to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. But we will have evidence presented that may very well cause these committees and the American people to conclude that actions of those individuals, rather than defending the carefully crafted system of checks and balances that is the foundation of our Constitution, imperiled it. We do not live under a system of government that allows the executive branch to pick and choose which laws it will obey and which it will ignore. And yet, we will hear evidence that may lead these committees and the American people to conclude that individuals in the executive branch of our government saw the furtherance of their policies with respect to Iran and the Contras as so important that ignoring laws that would otherwise have been obstacles could be excused. So, being unwilling to subject those policies to the processes of review provided by law, they cloaked them in a mantle of secrecy that produced deception rather than reason and led inevitably to this day. Mr. Chairman, there is never a good time for proceedings such as these, for by their very nature, they do not extol the virtues of governmental actions and those who fashioned them, but rather underscore their failures. But perhaps this, our Constitution's bicentennial year, is not the worst time to remind the American people that there are principles which are intended to guide this nation's government and which are more important than the exigencies of the day. The value of these proceedings cannot be measured in Nielsen ratings or public opinion polls. No, the true measure of value will come on that future day when other administrations are faced, as they will be, with a choice between policy and constitutional principle. To the extent that the memories and lessons of these proceedings guide that choice toward that which endures rather than that which is transitory, what we begin today will have advanced the great democratic experiment undertaken 200 years ago. Thank you.
I recognize the distinguished gentleman from Ohio, Mr. DeWine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We begin a process today that is really unique to the United States. In no other country would there be 3 months of televised hearings examining every detail of a foreign policy initiative. No other country would subject itself to such intense and critical scrutiny, such self-examination. But it is, Mr. Chairman, right and proper that we do this. This, though, is a rare moment even for the United States. For example, after the Bay of Pigs disaster in 1961, no select committee was formed to examine those events. Rather, the Taylor Commission was established to review the actions of the executive branch. They did so behind closed doors, and much of that report remains classified even today. Both Congress and the President have a role to play in foreign affairs. But it's important, I think, as we begin these proceedings to remind ourselves that the President is vested by the Constitution with broad discretion in the conduct of foreign policy. As set forth in the Federalist Papers, the executive branch has the primary responsibility in international affairs. As Alexander Hamilton argued, while the Constitution accords the Senate the duty to give advice and consent to treaties, the President retains all powers, quote, which the Constitution does not vest elsewhere in clear terms, end of quote. The Supreme Court has described this power very simply and unambiguously. It is important to bear in mind that we are dealing not alone with an authority vested in the President by an exertion of legislative power, but with the very delicate, plenary, and exclusive power of the President as the sole organ of the federal government in the field of international relations, a power which does not require as a basis for its exercise an act of the United States Congress. So, Mr. Chairman, we are here today at the start of this national examination. For 6 months, the stories have circulated, the innuendo, the speculation. Sometimes when I read statements in the press, I really can't but help be reminded of the Queen of Hearts in Alice in Wonderland. And when the king asked for the verdict, jumps in and says, no, no, sentence first, verdict later. 3 months of hearings will produce all the basic facts. They will be revealed in uncompromising detail. If criminal actions can be demonstrated, I have every confidence individuals will be prosecuted. No one stands above the law. As the story unfolds, however, we must continually ask ourselves, what do the facts really mean? What does this story really tell us? What does this story tell us about the implications of Congress's continuous efforts to gain more power in foreign policy? Is this story, are these facts a natural consequence of Congress's attempt to gain control in the arena of international affairs? As James Madison said, secrecy, energy, and dispatch are essential to success in foreign policy, and it is the President who is uniquely qualified to carry out these responsibilities. What does this story tell us about how congressional schizophrenia in Central America, the on-again, off-again status of the Bolin Amendment, how has this perverted and distorted our foreign policy? The Congress vacillated like the Athenian Senate, which condemned Socrates to hemlock on one day and then memorialized him in stone on another. In 1979 and 1980, we gave to the Sandinistas. In 1981 and 82, we gave to the Contras. In 1983 and 84, we gave a little to the Contras, but only for some non-military activities. In 1985, we gave no aid to the Contras. In 1986, we gave some humanitarian aid, some intelligence, and some communication equipment. Now, in 1987, we are giving aid again. All the while, the Soviets are giving uninterrupted to the Sandinistas, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. What, Mr. Chairman, does this story, do the events that we're going to hear, tell us about the merits of aid to the Contras? Have the merits really changed because of what the private benefactors did or did not do? The Sandinista regime continues its denial of basic human rights. It continues to hold power based upon the might of Soviet arms and not rights based on free elections. They continue to encourage rebellion and subversion in neighboring countries. Their violations of the OAS Treaty, the Rio Treaty, and the UN Charter go unchecked. What, Mr. Chairman, does this story tell us about the effects of Congress's attempt to legislate operational details in foreign affairs? Has Congress, in its zeal to have its say in international relations, created a situation where those engaged in the execution of foreign policy must have lawyers by their side 24 hours a day? And what, Mr. Chairman, does this story tell us about the quality of our human intelligence capabilities? What events led to the pathetic state of this human intelligence? Why were we nearly flying blind with respect to the internal political situation in Iran, a nation that occupies one of the most strategic pieces of real estate in the entire world? Throughout these hearings, we must continue to ask these fundamental questions. Each witness's testimony, beginning with General Secord's today, must be evaluated in these light. After all, aren't we interested in more than just the facts of this case? Of course we are, and so are the people of this country. I am confident that 12 weeks from now, the people of this country will decide that what is most important is not what happened in the basement of the White House or in the dining rooms of the Hay Adams or in the jungles of Central America or on the tarmac in Tehran, but rather what lessons these facts have revealed so that we can structure a stronger, more cohesive foreign policy in the future which will fall prey to neither the weaknesses of its practitioners nor the designs of our enemies. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted to be in the cleanup spot this afternoon, as I'm sure most of you are too. But I prepared a statement, and I want to give it. It's very short. 200 years ago, this nation embarked upon its destiny
with a genuine effort to serve the best interest of the Republic and all of its people. Pursuant to that fragile but structured beginning, our Constitution was adopted setting forth the responsibilities and the duties of the legislative, the executive, and the judicial branches of government. The very basis of our being is found within that document. That Constitution provides the framework for the enactment of laws not in conflict with that document. That Constitution provides that the President, quote, shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. We have within the many volumes of laws enacted by the Congress and the President the Arms Export Control Act, the Export Administration Act, the National Security Act, the Bolin Amendment, and many others. The problem may not be necessarily the enactment of new laws, but compliance with those already on the books. As was stated by the courts in 1890, the President has, under the Constitution, certain duties to perform, among those being to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. That is, that the other executive and administrative officers of the government faithfully perform their duties. The matter before these committees, there are numerous questions that must be addressed by the two committees before a proper report can be rendered to our respective bodies and to the American people. Some of these questions can be addressed by producing facts that sufficiently illuminate the situation so that we know what did occur. Other questions will involve past foreign policy, future policy, judgments, the private financing of foreign conflicts, the possible use of public funds to finance foreign conflicts where such funding is prohibited by federal laws, who is responsible for formulating and implementing our foreign policy decisions, what information the Congress is entitled to and required to receive from the executive branch, when does charitable lose its charitability? These and many other questions must be addressed by these committees. In the next few months, we will be asking the same questions over and over again. Our job is to find out what did happen. In order to do that, we will have to find out who knew and did what and when. For the American people, except those who are intrigued by this sort of mystery, the days and days of questions may seem boring and confusing. No doubt it will also become so to some members of our own panel. But we have been commissioned to find the answers, and I, for one, will be here to follow the story and find out what actually happened, whether or not it is the popular course of the moment. We owe it to the American people, even the ones who will be bored by it all, to find out what happened in this entire affair. We will have to leave it up to the historians to research the whole affair to finally put it in its proper perspective. 4 months from now, we may be accused of being on a witch hunt. I hope not. I believe Watergate received such criticism, but as the story unfolded and finally was revealed, the truth told otherwise. Here we put aside the references to Watergate, for what we are investigating involves international affairs and our relations and policies with several nations. As I look at what lies ahead of us, I am reminded of the words of a theologian. The sad duty of politics is to establish justice in a sinful world. Now comes our duty to find the truth. If we find the truth, justice surely will follow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
At this time, I would like to supplement my opening remarks with certain matters that are important for the record of these proceedings. First, insofar as the Senate Select Committee is concerned, its authority derives from, and these hearings are being conducted pursuant to Senate Resolution 23 of January 6, 1987, which established the Senate Select Committee to conduct an investigation and study of activities by the National Security Council and other agencies of the United States government with respect to the direct or indirect sale, shipment, or other provision of arms to Iran, and the use of the proceeds from any such transaction to provide assistance to any faction or insurgency in Nicaragua or in any other foreign country, or to further any other purpose and related matters. The subject matter of these hearings will include, without limitation, all of the issues and subjects specifically and generally described in S-Res 23. Without objection, I direct that the full text of S-Res 23 be made part of the record. Second, while the Senate and House Select Committees have agreed to conduct these hearings jointly, each committee retains its separate identity and legal authority under the resolution of the House of Congress which created it. Although the committees remain legally independent of each other, we have agreed to a number of measures to promote the orderly and expeditious conduct of these jointly held hearings. Thus, the two committees have agreed that the chair will be under the control of the host committee. Accordingly, I will chair the hearing when our committees meet together on the Senate side to receive testimony. In my absence, Vice Chairman Rudman will be in the chair. If we are both absent, I will designate another senator to preside. Similarly, when we hear testimony on the House side, Chairman Hamilton will preside. In his absence, the chair will be assumed by another member of the House committee in accordance with its rules. Rulings will be made by the host committee. Any member of either committee may request a ruling or prospective ruling be discussed, and the membership of both committees may participate in the discussion. Chairman Hamilton and I plan to discuss matters which may require a ruling by the chair, and our objective will be to formulate a mutually satisfactory response. However, if for some reason a vote is required, only the host committee will vote, and its determination will govern the jointly conducted hearing. Each committee is free at any time to meet separately to pursue any matter, but we trust that we will be able to resolve any differences and proceed together at all times. Finally, by agreeing to these jointly conducted hearings, each committee is agreeing to adopt as its own the questions of the members and counsel of the other committee. Responses by witness accordingly will be deemed to be responses to both committees, no matter who is questioning the witness at the time. There will be no need for either committee to repeat the other's questions in order to make a record of its own. The full testimonial record shall be considered to be a record of each committee for all purposes, including proceedings to enforce subpoenas. Each committee has adopted and published an amendment to its rules to provide that designated rules of the host committee will govern jointly conducted hearings. Further, I request that members of the Senate Select Committee remain here for a few minutes in the anteroom for a matter for the committee to be discussed. And finally, before I call upon the distinguished chairman of the House Select Committee, I would like to advise all members that each microphone here is live and hot. So be careful as to what you whisper. I've had that experience before. Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, we thank you for your clarifications with regard to the procedures that will mark these hearings. Insofar as the House Select Committee is concerned, its authority derives from, and these hearings are conducted pursuant to H-Res 12, and without objection, I direct that the full text of H-Res 12 be made a part of the record.
If there be no further business, I would like to announce that this committee will be in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon, at which time we will hear our first witness, Mr. Richard Vernon Secord. The joint hearing of the Senate and House Select Committees will please come to order. Our first witness this afternoon is Mr. Richard Vernon Secord. The House Select Committee has assigned the initial interrogation responsibilities to Congressman DeWine and Congressman Stokes, together with Chief Counsel John Niels and Minority Counsel George Van Cleve. The Senate Select Committee has assigned Senator Boren and Senator Hatch, together with our Chief Counsel Arthur Lyman, to carry on the interrogation. Mr. Secord, will you please rise? Raise your right hand. Do you, Richard Vernon Secord, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Mr. Secord, I've been told that you have an opening statement.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed, sir.
In the summer of 1984, and again in November of 1985, the current administration asked me for assistance. On each occasion, first with respect to the Contras and later in connection with the Iran initiative, I responded to the request for help. I made no secret then and make no secret now of my view that containment of the Sandinista regime and our relations with Iran should be subjects of vital and strategic interest to the United States. In these undertakings, I coordinated my efforts with various government officials, and I asked other men to assist me in their private capacity. All of them worked long and difficult hours. Many worked in the face of constant danger. Some died. There was indeed compensation paid to the private parties, but no one undertook these missions for compensation alone. We believed very much in the significance of what we were doing and that our conduct was in furtherance of the President's policies. I also understood that this administration knew of my conduct and approved it. I feel exactly the same about the men in government with whom I was in contact. It should come as no surprise that I have a great deal of respect and admiration for Admiral Poindexter and for Lieutenant Colonel North. They are both dedicated and honest men who, in my view, tried diligently and conscientiously to carry out the policies of the President in an appropriate manner. All of us have had to suffer and endure a painful assault upon our motives and integrity, inspired by incredible misinformation and speculation, mainly in the media. Principally for this reason, and out of respect for the men whom I invited to join with me, as well as the request of this committee to come forward, I have decided to set the record straight to the best of my ability and to testify voluntarily without any inducement whatsoever. It is my hope that members of this committee and my fellow Americans will suspend judgment not only about us, but also about the objectives and the policies we were pursuing until after all the facts are placed upon the record. As you will shortly see, we did have some success. We also had our share of failure. But in all these endeavors, at least we tried. And I, for one, am not ashamed of having tried. If we were unconventional in some of our methods, it was only because conventional wisdom had been exhausted. If we had been successful in every respect, we would not be here today. In agreeing to testify, I have returned to the position I embraced at the time the Attorney General of the United States prematurely went public with his grossly inaccurate disclosures about our operations. The decision of Mr. Meese, and possibly others, to succumb to anxiety and ignorance is particularly unforgivable in my judgment in light of the fact that had he been receptive, he could have been advised of the facts surrounding these events before his announcement. This reasonable option was rejected, and we were instead betrayed, abandoned, and left to defend ourselves. In the face of that abandonment, my instincts were equally self-protective, and I have refused until now to testify. With the passage of time, I have reconsidered, and I am now prepared to explain to all of you and to the American public precisely what I did. I am ready to answer your questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secord. Mr. Niels, please proceed.
Chairman. Mr. Secord, I take it there came a time in November of 1985 when you became involved in the sale of U.S. military equipment to Iran.
That is correct.
Was that something you were asked to do or something that you volunteered for?
I was asked by Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North to assist.
Did that request come orally or in writing?
or both?
Both.
I would like you to turn to a document which has been marked Exhibit 1 in the folder in front of you. It is a letter with a typewritten signature, Robert McFarland, addressed, Dear Major General Secord. Is that the written request that you just referred to?
Yes, sir.
And is that actually signed by Mr. McFarland?
No, it's signed by Oliver North for Robert McFarland.
Just so that we get the record clear at the outset, Mr. Secord, who was Robert McFarland at the time?
He was National Security Advisor to the President, and at the time this was November 19th, at the time was in Geneva with the U.S. delegation to the summit.
Mr. Secord, the letter begins, your discreet assistance is again required in support of our national interests. Had your assistance been required earlier in support of our national interests?
1 year earlier, in 1984, I had been asked if I would be interested in trying to assist the Contras.
And who asked you if you were interested in that?
Colonel North.
And were you in fact involved in assisting the Contras in November of 1985 at the time you received this letter?
Yes.
What was the nature of the project that you were then engaged in having to do with the Contras?
In November of 1985, I was at the very beginning of a complex project we referred to as the Airlift Project, a project which was designed to ultimately make airdrops, parachute airdrops to various Contra forces.
In Nicaragua?
In Nicaragua.
Now, Mr. Secord, such an operation, I take it, requires finances.
Yes, it requires millions of dollars.
Where was the money supposed to come from to support this air supply operation?
The money was coming from donated funds, and these funds were coming, as I understood it, from private individuals and from some friendly foreign countries.
And where were these monies being put?
In November of '85, they were being deposited in a Swiss bank account in favor of a company, a Panamanian company, Lake Resources Incorporated.
And who controlled the Lake Resources Incorporated account?
Mr. Albert Hakim was the person who was in control of this account and others that were created for various support purposes, but it was at my request and really under my oral direction.
And was Mr. Hakim then a business associate of yours?
Yes, he was.
How did the donors know where to put the money, to your knowledge?
I gave the account name and number to Colonel North, and he, in turn, gave it to whoever was interested.
So I take it then, Mr. Secord, that at the time you received this letter requesting your assistance on the Iranian initiative, there was then in existence in Switzerland a bank account containing money for the benefit of the Contras.
That's correct.
And that bank account was Lake Resources.
Yes.
At a later point in time, as February of 1986 and forward, were the proceeds of arms sales to Iran also put into the same Lake Resources bank account?
Yes, they were.
What was the total amount of money representing the purchase price of arms sold to Iran that was put into the Lake Resources or related Swiss bank accounts?
Something over $30 million.
I take it by your answer that means something just a very little bit over $30 million. So if you were speaking in round numbers, it would be $30 million.
Yes, sir.
how much money was paid, to your knowledge, either directly or indirectly, to the United States Treasury out of that money?
I believe it was about $12.3 million.
So in round numbers, $12 million.
12 million.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about, I think you'll agree there's a difference there of approximately $18 million. And I want to ask you some questions about where that money went. Before I do, let me ask you this. Up until a few days ago, did you have access to the records necessary to determine where that money went?
No.
Who did?
The committee, the House and Senate Select Committee, had these records, which they received recently from Mr. Albert Hakim.
So that prior to that time, Mr. Hakim had the records?
Correct.
Mr. Hakim identified in testimony given to this committee some 8 Swiss bank accounts relating to the flow of this money that you've just been testifying about. Those records were then subpoenaed from him by the committees, both committees, and they are now undergoing a preliminary review by accountants who are working for the 2 committees. The records reflect that there is now in the bank accounts approximately $1,360,000. In addition, Mr. Hakim has testified to the committees that $6,527,000 of this money is presently being held in an account for his benefit by a Swiss fiduciary. Those 2 numbers total approximately $8 million. And if you subtract that from the $18 million difference that you testified about a moment ago, that leaves $10 million presently unaccounted for. I want to ask you what happened to that $10 million, how it was spent, and again, before I do, I'm going to ask you whether you have been given access to printouts of the disbursements from these various bank accounts by the committee during the past few days.
Yes, I have.
And have you reviewed those printouts together with the members of the committee?
Yes, I've conducted a preliminary review of these records.
Based on that review, can you give us now an approximate amount of money from the proceeds of the sales of arms to Iran, which went to the benefit of the Contras?
Based on my review of Mr. Hakim's records, in which I identified all disbursements that I could locate, which were identified with the various Contra projects, it appears that approximately $3.5 million of these funds were expended in support of the airlift project, the various Contra projects.
How did you arrive at that number?
By going through Mr. Hakim's records in detail and identifying the disbursements that were made for these projects.
And what was the approximate total amount of disbursements that you identified from February 1986 on?
Between $5.5 and $6 million.
And did you then try to determine what other sources of funds those disbursements might have come from?
Yes, and we located donations that came in during the time frame for the Contra projects of $1.649 million. In addition to that, there were in the accounts in February of 1986 some $470,000. So if you total those 2 numbers, you have about $2 million.
And you've assumed that all of that $2 million was spent on Contra projects?
It was.
And then the remaining amount of money that was spent on Contra projects, I take it, had to come out of the proceeds of the arms sales to Iran?
That's the method we used. That's correct.
Can you give us a little bit more detail on the subject of just what kinds of expenditures for the benefit of the Contras were made out of these bank accounts?
The airlift project had three components to it. The procurement and the operation of the aircraft, of course. That meant 2 C-123K transport aircraft, 2 Caribou aircraft, and 1 light utility airplane, a MAL. So there were 5 aircraft to support. We also were required to construct an emergency landing field in one of the Central American countries. And that was the second component. And the third component was the procurement of limited quantities of light munitions, light infantry munitions for the purpose of air drops to the southern Contras, the Contras located in the southern part of Nicaragua.
Did you have to spend money on salaries in addition?
Yes, of course. To support the airlift operation, we spent money on salaries, on fuel, on spare parts, on maintenance, on support for the air crews.
Was there any money paid to Contra leaders?
Yes.
Who and how much?
There was a monthly disbursement of $10,000 a month to one Contra leader and $5,000 a month to another. That's Rebello and Cruz. And on several occasions, we made disbursements to Mr. Adolfo Calero's account with the FDN, the main body of the Contra.
During this period of time, were there any payments directly to Mr. Calero? Post-February 1986?
I believe there were some. I would have to look at the records to refresh my memory on that point, but I think there was $200,000 dispersed during that period for the FDN Contras.
In any event, your memory is there was $200,000 at some point in time, and you would be willing to refresh your memory on that question by further consultation with the records?
Yes, sir.
Now, by my calculation, after approximately $3.5 or so million was spent on the Contras, there's still something over $6 million which we have not yet accounted for. How is that money spent?
Well, there were in the vicinity, and we added these expenses up too by looking at Mr. Hakim's records. There were in the vicinity of $3 million spent in support of the Iran project, basically on the transportation of materials from the United States to Iran.
And that still leaves a little over $3 million unaccounted for. What was that money spent on? Let me reframe that question. Were there other projects on which money was spent that were neither Iran nor Nicaragua related?
Yes, there was a requirement to procure a small ship in April of 1986, and then to operate that ship from then until the end of the year, ultimately. That was a substantial expense. The procurement cost was about $350,000, and then there were monthly operational costs. We have not yet audited those accounts.
And when you said there was a requirement, was this ship bought for private purposes, or was this ship bought for a governmental purpose?
This ship was bought for initially to be used on another government project which was not related to Iran.
Was it related to Nicaragua?
No.
And at whose request was the ship purchased?
I received the request from Colonel North.
Were there any other projects or purposes for which money was spent?
Yes, there was a $100,000 expenditure to buy radio telephone equipment for a Caribbean country.
And
this was a request that we received from Colonel North. And then there were expense payments made, and we haven't yet determined the exact amount of these payments made to U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency agents who were working on a separate project to try and locate and rescue some American hostages in Lebanon.
And how were those expense payments made?
They were made in cash.
How?
In some cases, the cash was given to Colonel North, and he would give the money to the agents for the expense bills that they submitted. And in some cases, the money was picked up by the DEA people in Europe.
Was any explanation ever given to you as to why the DEA agents' expenses were being paid for in cash out of Lake Resources' bank account?
Yes, I was told that the director of Drug Enforcement Agency had agreed to detail some agents to this project from time to time, but the expenses of these agents would have to be borne by outside financing, and so we financed them.
Mr. Secord, if I may attempt to summarize, before I do that, I guess I should say, are there some additional expenditures that at this point in time you have not yet been able to identify the purpose of?
That's correct. This unquantified balance that we're talking about right now, the $2 to $3 million, probably something in the order of $2 million, we've not yet been able to identify the other elements of overhead and expense that had to be paid out of this, and I'm sure we'll get to this before too long.
And once again, I think I should emphasize that your answers today are approximate ones. Is that correct?
Yes, these are just approximations based on our first audit of the accounts.
And that a much more detailed presentation of the financial flow will be presented by the committees at a later time after the records have been more fully analyzed and leads from them fully pursued. Just to review, I understand you've testified that $30 million came into these accounts representing the purchase price of arms sold to Iran, that the cost of those goods to Lake Resources was $12 million. Am I correct so far?
Correct.
Leaving a difference of $18 million. $8 million remains either in a bank or custody of a fiduciary company in Switzerland, leaving a remainder of $10 million. Of that, something over $3.5 million was spent for the benefit of the contras. Am I correct so far?
Correct.
Leaving a difference of $6.5 million or so. That of that, approximately $3 million was spent on expenses in transporting the arms to Iran, leaving a difference of approximately $3.5 million. That of that, something over $1 million was devoted to purposes that you've identified in your testimony today that are neither Iran-related nor Nicaragua-related.
Correct.
Leaving a difference of approximately $2 million, and that figure you have not yet been able to give the committee the precise purpose of.
That's correct.
So, Secord, I'd like to move back in time now. Perhaps you could introduce yourself to the committees by giving a brief summary of your background, where you were born, where you were educated, and a brief description of your career up until approximately the beginning of 1984.
Yes, I was born in 1932 in a small village in Ohio, LaRue, Ohio, and I was raised in central Ohio. Went to high school in Columbus, Ohio. Was appointed to West Point as a cadet in 1951, coming from the 12th District of Ohio. Graduated from West Point and was commissioned in the U.S. Air Force in 1955. Became a pilot, flew throughout my career in the Air Force, which stretched over the next 28 years. I had extensive additional education while in the Air Force, master's degree from George Washington University, graduate of the Command and Staff College in Montgomery, Alabama, graduate of the Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island. In my service, I saw extensive time, service, tours in the Southeast Asia conflict, serving in Vietnam and in Laos over quite a number of years throughout the 60s. In my later years of service, was fortunate enough to be promoted to general officer rank, and I commanded the U.S. Air Force mission to Iran during the time of the Shah, served there from 1975 for 3 years until July of 78, so I left there roughly 6 months before the revolution. I spent a total of 4.5 years, all told, in the country of Iran during my service. I headed the U.S. Air Force International Programs Office in the Pentagon for 3 years, from 78 till 81. During that time, I directed all U.S. Air Force worldwide security assistance programs, foreign military sales and the like, and supervised it. In 1981, I was appointed in this administration as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense with responsibilities for the Middle East, Africa, and Southern Asia. I served in that post for over 2 years and retired May of 1983. In the summer of 83, I agreed to go into business with Mr. Albert Hakim.
What was your rank when you retired?
I retired as Major General, United States Air Force. I went into business as president of Stanford Technology Trading Group with Mr. Albert Hakim as an equal shareholder. We're 50-50 shareholders in this company, which is now headquartered in Vienna, Virginia. The purpose of this company was to conduct international business in a fairly narrow area, that of security, and to try to take advantage of the 1983 banking law, which enabled the U.S. to form such trading groups. And we pursued that business actively in the early years of our endeavor there. That about covers it, I think.
When did you first meet Albert Hakim?
I met Mr. Hakim in 1976 or 77 while I was the chief of the Air Force mission in Iran. He was an Iranian businessman at the time, doing business with, among other organizations, the Iranian Air Force. He was specifically designing and selling electronic intelligence systems to the Iranian Air Force, and had completed one project and had a contract for a second project, phase 2 of a second project. He constantly reminds me that that was a $23 million project. My organization recommended to the Iranian Air Force that that project be discontinued because it was redundant to another U.S.-Iranian program called IBEX, and he lost the contract. So we met under unfavorable circumstances. He came to my office to protest what he thought was an improper intrusion of the U.S. military into commerce. So that's the way we met first. I saw him several times thereafter, but not frequently. In 1980, his was one of a number of Iranian names that I gave to the U.S. intelligence people for vetting and possible use in the operation to rescue the American hostages being held in Iran. He was contacted by the intelligence people, was vetted, and did volunteer his services, as did several others. He dropped in to see me from time to time. He lives in California, in the Pentagon. I think he was just keeping track of me. We did no business, had no substantive discussions until some months after I retired, when he contacted me and gave me a business proposition.
And that's when you started your association with Stanford Technology?
Trading group, right.
Just to clarify that, is there another organization known as Stanford Technology Corporation?
Yes, and it's confusing, and often it's reported in the press incorrectly. Mr. Hakim has had a company which he owns named Stanford Technology Corporation of California, now a California corporation. He's had this name on several different companies, and this is a company with which I have no association and never did have any association. So it's a little bit confusing.
When did you first meet Oliver North?
My first recollection of meeting North was in 1981. At this time, I was the senior representative of the Pentagon to the interagency group, which was charged with the responsibility of shepherding the proposed sale of the AWACS to Saudi Arabia, shepherding this proposal through the Congress. And so I was the senior military person involved in this project throughout 1981. This project consumed most of 81. Colonel North, at that time, was a staff officer in the National Security Council staff, and he was involved in scheduling of meetings and such.
Did you get to know him at that point in time?
No, not really. He was more of a command post type scheduler in which he coordinated the activities of the several groups who were under the overall direction of the National Security Advisor at the time, who was Mr. Allen.
When did you next run into Oliver North?
I believe that the next time I saw him was in January or February of 1984, after I retired, when a mutual friend of ours asked me to join him in a visit to Colonel North. Colonel North had been notified that he was going to be assigned to the Naval War College, and was having some later that year, and he was having apparently having some difficulties with this, because he felt that as it turned out, he felt that his assignment in the NSC was so important that he should not take the opportunity to go to the college. This friend of ours was concerned that it would hurt his military career. And so we went to see him and talked about that, and I gave him my view, which was that if he wanted to progress to senior ranks, he would have to fill that requirement and would have to go to the War College. But he didn't see it that way. He felt deeply that the work he was about there was of transcendent importance, and he made no bones about it. I saw him only once in early '84.
And what was the next time that you ran into Oliver North?
I think the next time that I saw him was a result of a phone call that I got from him asking me if I could drop by for a chat sometime, and I would place that roughly in the summer of, let's say, July of 1984, roughly. At this time, he told me that he was talking to me as he had talked to a number of others.
Did he identify any of the others?
He mentioned retired General Singlab as one of the others. He figured I would probably know him, and of course I did, although the general was not in this meeting. He may have named others, but if he did, I didn't recognize them, so I don't remember the names. But he said that I no doubt had noted that the support for the Contras on the Hill was greatly diminished. In fact, there had been what I would call a cap placed in May on further expenditures. And he was therefore talking to private people to see if they would be interested in trying to do something to support the Contra cause. He gave me a short briefing on the current situation, just a very rough overview. Mentioned the chief of the FDN, the largest of the factions, to me, Mr. Calero, and asked me if I'd be interested in trying to help. I said that any way I could, I would certainly be interested in helping. Later, he arranged
Before you go on to later, did he tell you what it is he had in mind that you would do?
Not exactly. He didn't ask me to go out and raise funds. He said that people were trying to raise funds, but also there was the matter of advice that had to be given. Formerly, of course, the CIA was performing these tasks, those tasks of logistics and advice and supplying money.
Was he asking you essentially to contribute your services, or was there a financial arrangement involved?
No financial arrangements were discussed. None. He was asking me to contribute my my services, which I gladly did. At a later time then, and it was not too much later, but I can't tell you when, he arranged for me to have a brief meeting with Mr. Calero.
Where was the meeting?
I think that I met him in the old executive office building in North's office. That's my recollection.
Was it a long meeting or a short?
No, it was a short meeting. Calero had to go elsewhere, and I, in fact, met him later. We agreed to meet later. I picked him up at his hotel here in Washington. I expected to meet with him there, but he had to go to another meeting, which I took him to, which was in another hotel in Northern Virginia. And then at the conclusion of that meeting, which did not involve me, I then took him to the national airport. We took about 45 minutes to an hour at this time. And by this time, this is the second time I've met with Calero. I may have confused you a little bit by going from the office in the EOB straight to the hotel, but that's not the way it occurred. I met him there.
You had one meeting in the office with Oliver North.
And then a later meeting.
Was there any business conducted at that meeting, or was it simply
no business. It was a general discussion of the situation, and it was really my introduction to the FDN.
And then the later meeting was a matter of days later?
It was some days later, but not a long time later.
When you said you went to the national airport, you're talking about a hotel near the national airport?
Yes, we went to the Marriott Hotel. We just stopped briefly at the Marriott Hotel to chat just next to the national airport. And I had with me by this time, as I recall, Mr. Rafael Quintero, a man for whom I have a lot of respect, a man who's tremendously experienced in Central America, has been an intelligence officer for years, a man who's very well known in the Cuban-American community, a man whom I trust.
How had you gotten to know Rafael Quintero?
Through another very close associate of mine from CIA days, and his name is Thomas Kleins. These two served together off and on over the years, and that's how I met Rafael Quintero. It was many years ago that I met him.
Now, you say by this time you had Rafael Quintero with you.
Yes, I called him.
Does that mean that the project that you might be performing with or for Mr. Calero had taken some further definition?
It really hadn't taken much definition in my mind at that point, but I wanted to see if we were going to be able to undertake a project, and I wanted Contra with me for several reasons. One, as an advisor, because he knew the scene in Latin America far better than I. I'm not a Latin American expert. I've never served in that region, never had any real responsibilities for that region. And so I needed him as an advisor. And I also wanted to introduce him to Mr. Calero because he did not know Mr. Calero.
Did you have a discussion with Mr. Calero at the National Airport Hotel?
Yes, as I said, I would guess that we talked for perhaps 45 minutes. What we talked about was really just one subject. He was interested in finding a new source of arms at prices lower than those which he had been told were being paid by the U.S. And he told me he had a list with these prices. He later gave me such a list. He said that, of course, one of their biggest problems was lack of money. He had very limited resources available to fund this Contra army. It was a big worry. He had to find quality munitions and arms at as low a price as he could. And so this was his concern. He told me off the top of his head the types of ammunition and arms that he was interested in.
Had you previously ever been involved in arms transactions?
Only in the U.S. government, which I was, of course, involved in a major way. But as a private individual, no, and I'm not an arms dealer.
Was there anything else that Mr. Calero needed besides arms?
Well, over time, he talked about a number of things that he needed, but at that time, he was talking only about arms. And he was concerned not just with pricing, I might add, but also with quality, because they'd had some casualties in their ranks from faulty munitions, hand grenades blowing up in people's hands, and other such problems. So he was very concerned about quality as well.
And he wanted you to procure some arms for him, I take it?
He wanted me to explore the possibility of doing it and to, in effect, make a bid, which is what we did at a later time.
When you say we, that's you and Mr. Quintero?
No, it's me. I took this listing that he gave me, which was an incomplete listing because he gave it to me, just off the top of his head, and took this listing to an acquaintance of mine who is an arms dealer and has been for many, many years in Canada, and asked him to do a pricing exercise and availability exercise. And over a period of several months, he did work up a list with pricing.
And did you convey that list to Mr. Calero?
Yes, and the list expanded as time went on. Calero liked the prices that we were coming up with. And the prices, by the way, this was a strict commercial kind of transaction. There was nothing spooky about it. It was just a normal brokering deal. The prices were marked up in the process, different markups for different line items depending on the size. But between 20 and 30% was the markup, which is quite low in the arms business. And when you average it out, it comes out almost exactly to 20%.
I take it from what you're saying that you were to make a profit on these arms transactions.
Yes, my partner and I were to, by this time I'd of course told my partner, Mr. Hakim, of what we were looking at. And it was intended that the profits generated would be shared by Hakim, myself, and of course the arms dealer.
On what basis?
On the basis that 1/3 of the profits, not 1/3 of the gross, but 1/3 of the profits would go to Hakim and I. Of course, that would mean that each, half of that would come to me, half would be retained by him. That was our agreement.
And who would get the other 2/3?
The arms dealer.
So that when you say the markup, you're talking about the difference between what the arms dealer paid and what Mr. Calero paid.
Exactly.
Did you actually sell arms in this fashion to Mr. Calero?
Yes, we did. We ultimately did. It was some months later when the transactions took place. I believe the first deal was struck in November of, with the down payment, November of '84. And then the deliveries were some months later.
How many transactions were there?
There were four transactions.
4 involving the Canadian arms dealer?
Only 2 of these involved the Canadian arms dealer.
If there were 2 others, can you explain the difference between those transactions and the ones with the Canadian arms dealer?
Yes. First, the 2 transactions with the Canadian arms dealer involved a small shipload of munitions from the Far East, and then a plane load of approximately 90,000 pounds from Europe. The plane load was ordered up as a bridging means because they were running low, the Contras were running low on certain items of ammunition, and the ship was delayed greatly from its original estimated time of arrival through no fault of our own, but it was through the fault of the supplier who encountered a lot of delays and gave us some dates that weren't met. But in any case, there was a lot of unhappiness with our friends in the FDN over this shipload of munitions that the date kept slipping. And in fact, I don't believe that the delivery took place until the spring, and it was supposed to be in the early winter. The delivery should have been in the early winter.
Just to make sure we understand the time periods, you're saying the delivery actually occurred in the spring of 1985?
Correct. So as a bridging device, the FDN ordered up a plane load of ammunition. There was a considerable amount of concern evinced by the Contras and even some of the Americans who were following events with the Contras, and a lot of
which Americans?
When in this case, I'm referring to Jack Singlob. He was critical. Calero was critical. A lot of people were critical about the continued delay of delivery. So I determined that for a couple of reasons that we would change the logistics arrangement, the supply arrangement, and I got Mr. Tom Kleins to manage future procurements if there were to be some, and there were.
This was in place of the Canadian arms dealer?
Yes, in place of the Canadian arms dealer, and I wanted to tighten up.
Can you give us the name of the Canadian arms dealer's company?
Transworld Armament. And there were two factors here. One I've described to you. One, that is, there was a lot of unhappiness over the late delivery. And secondly, I wanted to tighten up a bit on security. The Canadian arms dealer really didn't know much about the ultimate destination for these armaments. He wasn't given. I didn't give him a full briefing on who I was dealing with. I wanted Kleins in the loop because I had a lot of trust in him, and he had, more importantly, a great deal of experience in Latin America as a counterinsurgency expert and an expert on the procurement of arms. And so that accounts for the change in method of operation. And then there were two more
Before we get
deliveries.
to the two with Mr. Kleins, did the Canadian arms dealer, you indicated that you hadn't given him a full briefing on where the arms were going. I take it that means he didn't know, you hadn't told him specifically that they were going to the Contras.
Well, he thought they were going to Guatemala, and in fact they did.
Okay. Can you tell us about the transactions involving Mr. Kleins?
Yes, there were two, I believe, two transactions. One sea lift, which I think was ordered in May of '86. And,
did you mean 86?
I'm sorry, 85. I didn't mean 86. 85. And an airlift also, a little bit earlier than that.
Mr. Secord, you're looking, jumping ahead here, you're looking at a document that has been marked Exhibit 2. Does that document list the arms covered by the 4 arms shipments, 2 involving Transworld and 2 involving Mr. Kleins?
Yes, they do.
And which are the 2 involving Transworld?
The first transaction, which is annotated airlift number 1, and the first sea lift, annotated sea lift number 1. The other 2 were with Mr. Kleins.
And where was Mr. Kleins obtaining the arms?
In Europe, from East Bloc countries, Poland and Romania, and from Western countries.
Was he dealing through any particular company?
He was dealing through one particular company most of the time.
What was its name?
This company is named Defex, D-E-F-E-X, in Portugal. It's a registered arms dealer.
Were these sales also at a markup and for a profit?
Exactly the same.
How was the profit markup distributed between you and Mr. Hakim and Mr. Kleins?
The profits, after they were computed, were to be taken 20% of the profit, that is, to Mr. Kleins, and the balance to Mr. Hakim, who would split it 50-50 with me.
So your portion of the markup increased when you moved from Transworld to Mr. Kleins?
That's right. And
was what was the markup? Did the markup stay the same?
It was exactly the same. No change.
20 to 30%?
It averaged out almost exactly 20%. Mr. Klein's role in all this was very limited. He was limited to that one role only.
Did Mr. Quintero have a role in these arms sales to Calero?
Yes, he did. He had several jobs in this regard. An important function he performed was the coordination of the reception in the two different countries in Central America where the arms were delivered. He handled all of the liaison with the contras and with the local authorities, and met the arrivals and made sure that things went efficiently. In addition to that, he...
Was his role to make sure that the arms got where they were supposed to go?
Exactly, and in an efficient way.
Was he remunerated for that?
Yes, he was.
At what rate?
He was not paid a commission. He was paid a salary, which in 1985, I believe, was about $3,000 a month. He was paid a bonus for each of these arrival exercises that he did.
Do you know a man named Richard Gadd?
Yes.
First of all, how do you know him?
Well, I knew him first when he was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force in the Pentagon. I didn't know him very well, but I knew him there. And then I got to know him much better after he retired, and we worked together quite a bit in 1983 and 84 on different businesses.
Did Mr. Gadd play a role in these arms sales to Calero?
Yes, he did. For the airlift, he arranged for the air transportation, and his company was paid a fee for that.
And where did he assist in transporting the arms from and to?
From Europe to Central America.
Is that Portugal?
It was from Portugal, yes, to Central America. And the company that he utilized was the Miami-based Southern Air Transport Company, a very good company which has been much maligned.
Mr. Secord, who was paying for these arms? Was it Mr. Calero out of his bank accounts?
Yes, yes.
And to whom was he paying the purchase price? To what entity?
He was paying the price to another Panamanian company, Energy Resources, Inc., by way of wire transfers to the bank in Geneva, where this company had its account.
And who owns Energy Resources, Inc.?
I couldn't tell you who the exact owners are in the documentation, but it's under the control of Mr. Hakim, just as Lake Resources was. In fact, I should clarify that point. Lake Resources replaced Energy Resources in July or August of 1985. I think I should also clarify for the record another important point. There were never any arms, not even one BB, that was transported from the United States or procured in the United States.
Mr. Secord, do you have an approximate number, and I'm only asking for an approximate order of magnitude number, representing your share of the profits from these 4 arms sales?
I had a change in plan. It was my intention from the beginning to handle this in a normal business-like fashion, as just a normal business. But after July of 1985, I came to a point where I saw my role changing and my ambitions changing. Therefore, later in 1985, I forswore my share of the profits that had to go back in, but I also believed that if I took a share of profits from arms sales, no matter whether it's how legal it is, it was completely legal, commercial deal, that it would tarnish me and that it would ruin my chances for going back in the government. So I made that judgment, and I communicated this firmly to Mr. Hakim, and he understood it.
When you say you had some stitches, does that mean wounds?
Well, I still felt that there were a few problems existing from when I retired, because I had been falsely accused in 1982, 83 of being associated with business dealings of a man who became notorious, Edwin Wilson, and a lot of bad publicity fell on me during that time frame, and the fact that I was cleared didn't seem to make any difference to anyone. And I got into some disputes with some senior officials in the Pentagon whom I felt had not been supportive of me during my time of trial. I wasn't tried, of course, but during my time under investigation, I was not supported legally, that is, with counsel. I thought it was the Defense Department's responsibility to provide me with counsel. They did not, refused. I incurred legal expenses that I couldn't pay. I was in debt. I was unhappy. And so I informed the Secretary of Defense that I was retiring. A couple of years later, I felt that I still was young enough to go back and have another try at it.
During the period of time when you were selling arms to Mr. Calero, did you have any knowledge or understanding of his source of finances?
No, I had no knowledge at all.
Did there ever come a time when you were asked to assist in raising money for Mr. Calero or
Yes,
for the
sir.
Contra?
Yes, sir.
Would you describe that event, please?
The first time I would place in the fall of 1984, and I was asked by Oliver North if I would be willing to contact a foreign official whom I knew and had dealt with in the past with respect to possible contribution to the Contras.
Contribution by him or by his?
By his government, or by him, either one. But the intention was the government, I believe. North mentioned to me that he had discussed this with his superior, who was at the time Robert McFarland. I said I would be happy to do it, and I did make the approach, but the approach was not very well received. As I put it back to Ollie, I believe the individual was not enthusiastic about this idea, and as far as I know, nothing ever came of it. I was asked later, however.
Approximately when?
About, I would place it about the 1st of February, '85. If I was asked by North again if I would be willing to one more time approach this official. And he said that it had been suggested by Mr. McFarland. And the reason why it seemed a propitious time was that there was scheduled in the future a head of state visit from that particular country.
Did he say anything further about Mr. McFarland?
He said that Mr. McFarland had mentioned this to the official, and Mr. McFarland was asking if I would follow up. And I did. I followed up. I had a very short meeting with the gentleman, however, because he was just about to leave town when I visited with him, so the meeting could not have lasted more than just a few minutes, but I did speak to him. And I mentioned to him that, in my view, it was propitious timing, a gift or a donation to the cause of the Contra would undoubtedly be very well received in Washington and by the President. That was my opinion. That was my opinion. He said, well, you can stop twisting my arm. He said, I've decided to take it up with the head of state. And he was, however, non-committal. That was the last time I talked to that individual. It's the only time that I approached any foreigners for a donation.
Did you ever learn whether your efforts had borne fruit?
Well, I would like to take credit. If they did bear fruit, I'd like to take credit for it, but I don't think that I can do that. I heard from Ollie later that he believed that a donation had been made directly to the FDN account. I heard different numbers over time. I never had any evidence, any firsthand knowledge of what that amount might be, and I, in all honesty, cannot testify that it ever occurred.
With respect to these arms sales to Calero and that period of time in your involvement with the Contras, what was Mr. North's role, if any?
Very little. He was in the information collection business as far as I was concerned at that point. He wanted to know if I would provide him with details of any deliveries or deals that were made, and I did so gladly. He wanted to know what the prices were, because I think he was trying to, as best he could, keep track of at least the bigger expenditures that were being made in support of the Contras, but he had no other involvement.
How frequently did you see him or speak to him during this period of time, first half of 1985?
Not very often. I can't put a figure on it, but not very often. Only whenever I had something to tell him. Basically, I was the one who was initiating the contacts.
You were reporting to him from time to time when you had something to report?
Indeed.
Did you have any contact with any other government officials during this period of time with respect to the Contras?
During the first half of 1985?
Yes.
No.
Did there come a time around the middle of 1985 when your functions changed with respect to the Contras?
Yes.
How did that come about?
There was an important meeting that I was invited to.
Who invited you?
Colonel North.
Who arranged the meeting?
Colonel North set the time for the meeting after talking with Mr. Calero and coordinated the time. It was in Miami, at the airport hotel in Miami. It was about the 1st of July, 1985, almost the first day of July. Might have been the last day of June, something like that.
How did you get there?
I went down on the commercial airline from here.
How did Mr. North get there?
He went by government aircraft and arrived at night. The meeting started late. It didn't start until 10 o'clock at night. I had with me Rafael Quintero and Tom Kleins. The military commander of the FDN was present in this meeting, Colonel Bermudez. Mr. North and Mr. Calero were the participants.
Were you told in advance what the agenda was for the meeting?
My understanding was it was to be what I would call a program review. It didn't have to do with the purchase of arms, anything like that. This was a program review where we could have a good exchange back and forth about the problems that existed and potential solutions, if any.
Were you told why you were invited?
Yes.
Why?
In order to participate in this program review and to comment on it. As I said, I had nothing to do with any arms deals.
How long did the meeting last?
It lasted until dawn. It lasted until about 5 o'clock in the morning. It was a lengthy all-night meeting. North arrived late, as I said, and left immediately after the meeting to go back to Washington.
Could you describe the conversations that occurred during the meeting?
The meeting commenced on a pretty hard note, with Colonel North being worried about and critical of the Contra because he had been receiving reports that the limited funds they had might be getting wasted, squandered, or even worse, some people might be lining their pockets. His concern, as he articulated it, was a very serious one. He was afraid that if anything like this was going on, that since they were dependent on contributions, that the image of the resistance could be badly damaged. It could be ruinous, in fact, and he was very, very hard on this point. It surprised me a little bit because this wasn't exactly the program review I expected. But after that...
was he mentioning any person in particular?
Yes, he mentioned, of course, he was talking directly to Mr. Calero and...
First name?
Adolfo Calero. Can you still hear me? Okay. And he mentioned that he had reports that Adolfo's brother was procuring non-lethal things in the United States and shipping them down there, and that this was a potential sore point because people will be pointing the finger at him, and that this could turn into, unless it was properly handled and carefully handled, it could turn into a real mess for Calero. That's the only name that he mentioned as far as I can recall.
What else? What else did he talk about?
Well, after that, the program review did start, and there was a lot of information exchanged and a lot of discussion of various military problems that existed. But at the end of the day, end of the night, I should say, there was complete agreement that there were several areas that needed immediate attention, and the first and foremost, most urgent problem was that of airlift. Airlift that had been performed by the U.S. Earlier by this time was no longer permissible under the law, and there were a very small number of very old, poorly equipped aircraft that were operating out of their main headquarters area in a country in Central America. But these aircraft, we were told, could only fly in daylight hours and could not penetrate into Nicaragua any significant distance because they couldn't fly at night, they weren't properly equipped, the crews weren't properly trained, and the Sandinista air defenses, of course, had gotten much stronger. The bottom line was, as I saw it, that when the CIA, essentially, I say the U.S., but it was the CIA who was supporting them, were withdrawn from the Contra support network, their infrastructure. What was withdrawn really is what I've characterized as the sinews of war, all of them. I mean, they were really in desperate straits because when the agency pulled out, they didn't leave behind very much. There were no trained logistics, supply officers, maintenance officers, communications people, very little of any of this. And although that's the unglamorous part of warfare, it's the most important part of warfare. And that's why I call it the sinews of warfare, the logistics infrastructure. It just wasn't there. So they were starting from scratch. Back to the airlift, we concluded that unless some sort of paradrop program were put into place fairly soon, that the various groups which had been operating fairly successfully inside Nicaragua would be forced to withdraw, and it would be very difficult to get them reinserted. It would appear that they would be defeated in detail. Some of the groups were as much as 30 days march from the border areas where they were being supplied, 30 days one way. So it was just not feasible to keep these outfits in combat and resupplied with consumables, with bullets and beans, unless you dropped to them. There was no way around it. There were no two ways about it. You either had to develop an airdrop capability or they were going to be forced from the field. After that time period, I was aware that several groups and different individuals over time had recognized this. It was no secret that there was this lack of airlift. Several people had tried to start operations. They had all been unsuccessful, I suspect because they weren't funded adequately. It is, even with old airplanes, which we used, it is no inexpensive undertaking.
Mr. Secord, are you still describing the meeting and the conversations at the meeting, or have you moved on?
The meeting's over, and I'm giving you what happened after the meeting.
Let's go back to the meeting for a minute. Was there discussion of a Southern Front at the meeting?
Yes, there was. That was the second most important item that we all agreed upon. I said we had a common agreement on several items. One was the need for the airlift. Second was the need for the Southern Front, for a Southern Front, as we call it.
What does that mean? Can you explain that?
I will explain that to you. The situation was that the FDN, the main Contra force, was arrayed along the northern part of Nicaragua and operating in that area. In the southern part of Nicaragua, there had been abortive efforts over a several-year period to put together some sort of resistance down there, but it had always fallen apart. It was never well organized, led, or supported. It was agreed by all at this meeting that such an undertaking had to be readdressed, that the Southern Front needed to be created and supported materially, substantially. And so there was there was common agreement on that. Of course, how one does it is another matter, but there was agreement that that had to be undertaken, and the reason for that is obvious. At that time, the Sandinistas were able to concentrate all of their military forces against the northern threat, and they were able to concentrate all of their Cuban-led counterinsurgency battalions there. There was no one complicating the Sandinistas' life. They were not forced to look to the south. They were not they were not threatened from the south. Therefore, the need for a southern front.
Were there particular military leaders in the South, and if so, could you identify them for the committee?
Well, my understanding is that in the past, that is before this meeting, long before, and before I came on the Contra scene, there had been the famous Eden Pastora in the South trying to operate, but that fell apart. And then there were some other commandantes who controlled small groups of men, but not very numerous, in the general area, but they were not organized, nor were they being supported materially.
Anything else discussed at the meeting?
The third point, which was agreed upon, was their lack of access to the urban areas and the need for them to get into some of the urban areas. I wouldn't want to go much further than that on that point.
Were you asked to do anything?
At the meeting, no.
After the meeting?
After the meeting, I was asked by North if I thought I could put together this operation. And my colleagues both advised me, colleagues Quintero and Kleins both strongly advised me against it, telling me that it would be a source of great grief. Of course, I knew that that it would be difficult.
North? What was his position?
Somebody needed to do it. It had to be done, or they were going to be defeated.
You are describing now what North told you?
Yes.
Did you meet with North?
I beg your pardon?
Did you meet with North on a number of occasions following the meeting in Miami?
Periodically. I can't, again, tell you exactly how often. Not too often, but periodically. I thought about this for quite a while, about this need and this task. I agreed, of course, with North. I was one of the people at the meeting. I agreed with all of them that this was a vital project. I, after a while, went to my colleague Richard Gadd and discussed with him the feasibility of putting together an airlift operation. And the ground rules were that I didn't want to form a company. I didn't want to operate a company. I didn't even want to go there. You know, I was perfectly happy to try to conceive of it and to work to try to finance it, but I did not want to operate it. It was beyond my capability. I just didn't want to do it. I felt that if I were to do that, I would have to go to Central America and actually operate there. That I didn't want to do. So we did some study, took a look at the area, what it would take, and ran some planning exercises, and over time finally concluded, Mr. Gadd and I finally concluded that the operation could be done if we could get sufficient financing. How much is sufficient? I didn't know at the time, but I knew it would take $3 or $4 million to get underway.
Did you have discussions on that subject with Oliver North?
Yes.
Can you describe them?
Well, they were brief. I kept him apprised of where we were in our thinking and our planning and whether or not we would really commit to it.
Did you talk to him on the subject of money?
Every time I saw him, because this was the sine qua non. Certainly I didn't have $3 or $4 million to put into the project, and monies would have to be raised from donations, contributions, in order to put this airlift operation on the road. And of course it's not something one could finance it. You had to have cash.
At about this time, did Oliver North tell you of a change in the manner of handling contributions?
Yes. Sometime after the July meeting, North told me that he was going to talk to the various donors that he was dealing with and advise them to start sending whatever funds they could raise to our account at Lake Resources in Switzerland, and that in the future, with a few exceptions, he expected to send things to the FDN rather than money. Although money was sent to the FDN.
Did he give a reason?
He felt that there were too few funds available at this time and in order to better manage these funds and to make sure that they weren't squandered, they should come into my system. And of course, he also recognized that it was probably going to take all the donations, the majority of the donations that could be located to fund this airlift operation if we were going to have a chance at all to operate it.
I think you said earlier that the Lake Resources account was set up as a successor to the Energy Resources account. When did that occur?
That occurred in July of 1985.
Right at about this time?
Yes, just a little later than this meeting that Lake Resources was created.
And were donations, in fact, routed to Lake Resources thereafter?
Yes, they were.
Do you happen to know what the total donations, as you put it, were that went into the Lake Resources bank account in 1985 and 1986? I think you've already given us a figure for after February 86.
Yes, the total donations up until February of 1986, and including 1985, were about $2.2 million.
And I think you testified earlier 1.6 million thereafter?
That's correct. I got, now this is based on my check of Hakeem's records. $2.2.
Did you, sometime after this meeting in July, agree, and after your discussions with Mr. Gadd and Oliver North, agree to run an air resupply operation in Nicaragua?
Yes, after Gadd and I concluded that it was feasible to operate if we could get a secure main operating base, and that was the key, of course, that we could successfully operate a small air operation. There were several other conditions. We had to be assured of sufficient funding. That was always our primary concern. And we probably had to have, at that time in our thinking, an emergency landing field somewhere in the south. One did not exist. So I discussed this as we went forward with North. I discussed it with my colleagues, Quintero principally, and North, as I said. I also mentioned it to my partner, Albert Hakeem. By mid-fall, we committed to do it. Do it means what? Mr. Gadd had the responsibility to organize a company or companies, however he wished to manage it, to procure and operate the airplanes, to hire the necessary personnel, to pay them. In other words, a real company that did this project, or companies. And he did do this.
What else was involved?
By this time, we had sent, I had sent Rafael Quintero to consult with the FDN leaders and anyone else he could about a secure base. Initially, we thought that the base ought to be co-located with the main Contra body, but that proved not to be feasible for a number of reasons. We were advised that the host country would not approve it. Moreover, the facilities at this particular airstrip were practically zero, and the airstrip itself was damaging to aircraft on a sustained, if you utilize it on a sustained basis. We instead turned to a neighboring country, and Mr. Quintero went there and negotiated with the local military and with an old friend of his who was working there and got agreement in principle about this time frame, that is the fall of '85, for the basing of a small airlift operation at that location.
Which country was that in?
That was in El Salvador.
The airstrip?
No, yes, the airstrip.
Which airstrip?
The main base.
Okay. Are you going to tell us then about the emergency landing strip?
Oh yes, I am. But I was talking about the main base. That was the key. Without that, we had nothing. And I'm telling you that it was Quintero, assisted by his friend who was working there, who negotiated with the authorities to get operating rights out of that base. This was a great breakthrough, and it was very important. Looking from there to the south, which was the most difficult run, one saw that one had to fly out either over the Pacific and then up from the south, or out over the Atlantic, and then up from the south. It was a very long round trip to make nonstop in a C-123, 9 hours or more. And in order to, on a sustained basis, do this operation, it was my firm belief that we had to have an emergency landing field somewhere in that area, and of course that's Costa Rica. And so, why was that so important? It was important because over the long haul, operating even with the most modern aircraft, you're going to have in-flight emergencies. And with the aircraft that we probably were going to have to operate with, we expect more than a few emergencies. Additionally, there was always the chance that there could be some damage from enemy action. In order to, I mean, we could not ask air crews to make such a long haul without some safe haven nearby the area of operations. You could do it a few times, but on the sustained basis, one could not get away with that. It would be a courting disaster. So we undertook also to locate an airstrip which we could use on an emergency basis. We never planned to operate out of Costa Rica. That wasn't feasible because of the political situation, and all of us knew it. So there's been a good deal of misinformation circulated on this subject as well. We did manage, with the assistance of the government, Costa Rican government, to locate a suitable area of land, unimproved land on the northwest coast, and we did buy that land, and we set up a company called Udall Corporation to conduct this land procurement and to support the airlift operation. GAD hired some former U.S. military engineering personnel to go down and supervise the construction of this dirt strip. And so in less than a year, much less than a year, they actually constructed in a very remote part of Central America a 6,000-foot long dirt strip with pretty good drainage on it, and one wooden building to store barrels of fuel and anything else we wanted to store there. The sad thing was that owing to a change in government, which took place in May of 1985 in Costa Rica, a change in policy took place, and we were denied ultimately access to this airfield even on an emergency basis. So we sweated and spent a lot of money for nothing over a long period of time. And so we were deprived of this vital facility just when we needed it.
Did you get any help from any officials of the U.S. government in getting this airstrip?
Yes, the American ambassador was very supportive, so I was told. I've never met him, but
who was that?
That was Mr. Tams. And a senior CIA field officer was also very, very helpful in advising and coordinating and supporting us in that area. By support, I don't mean they were spending any money or doing anything with material. They were simply giving us the right advice and the right contacts and trying to be helpful.
Was there a man who used the name of Olmsted who was participated in acquiring the airstrip?
Yes. He negotiated the land deal with the former owners.
Who is he?
You mean his true name?
Yeah.
His name is William Haskell.
And what was the purpose for using the name Olmsted?
Just to protect his identity. He was doing this on a strictly voluntary basis, and we wanted to keep him out of the limelight.
In putting this operation together, I think you've already testified that you had to acquire some airplanes. Could you describe once again the airplanes that you
Yes, there were five. Ultimately, there were a total of 5 aircraft. One of them was a light airplane for utility use, a MAL aircraft, a single-engine light airplane. The transport aircraft were 2 C-123K aircraft of the type that we used very successfully in the Southeast Asia conflict. These are airplanes that have 2 props and 2 jet engines, and 2 Caribou, Canadian-built Caribou transport aircraft, which are also very rugged, useful field aircraft. These aircraft were purchased beginning, or the search for them began in very late 1985, and they were purchased in throughout the first, I think, 4 or 5 months of '86.
Now, were arms purchases also a part of this operation?
Yes, it was the third part of this overall tactical airlift program. Initially, we didn't anticipate doing any arms purchases because it was my belief that we could get the necessary materials from the main Contra band, the FDN, because they had several times expressed a lot of support for a Southern Front, but that support seemed to me after a while to be only words and not too many deeds. The FDN were husbanding their limited resources very tightly and didn't seem to want to donate any of their ammunition, weapons, communications, food, and so forth, uniforms, to the Southern Front. So we were forced to buy some limited quantities of arms, which we flew in to Salvador from Portugal and stored in a warehouse there for airdrop purposes.
Who handled the transportation from Portugal to El Salvador?
Mr. Klein's.
And what airplanes actually carried the arms?
Southern Air Transport was again contracted for these flights.
Was there any profit associated with these arms?
There was profit associated with the arms in the exact same fashion as in the previous arms transactions. The exact same markups, no change. There was no, when you asked the question, I thought you were asking about air transport, and there was no profit on ever attached to any air transport flights that were ever conducted by us, and that includes the airlift project itself. We started that program. I conceived of it, and GAD started it without any notion of there ever being any profit accruing to me or to Klein's or Quintero or any of my people. My great hope was that this company, which was formed, if we could get sufficient donations to it to make it run right, would have nothing to do with me whatsoever. I didn't want to have to worry about it. That was my plan. Didn't work out, but that was my plan.
Who shared in the profits from the arms sales during this phase of your support for the Contras?
Exactly the same as late 1985. That was Mr. Kleins and Mr. Hakim.
Was there a man named Mr. D. Garay who played a role in this operation?
There was, but he worked for Mr. Gadd. I think I met him one time. I don't think he knows me. I don't think he knew who I was when I met him.
Is there a man named Robert Dutton?
Yes.
Who played a role in this operation? And if so, what was his role? And when did he become involved?
He became involved because as time went on in 1986, although airplanes were bought at a fairly slow pace, but that was paced by the availability of funds, the operation didn't come together as I wanted. The operational capability that I was hoping would be generated in the winter of '86 by the spring was still not functioning correctly. There were a lot of big maintenance problems with the aircraft that were not anticipated, which of course caused the expenditure of a lot more money for spare parts than had been anticipated. There were some missions flown in support of the FDN, just short missions along the border. But the Southern Front missions were just not coming together. We were never able to launch a Southern Front mission in the winter or even in the spring, as I recall. So it was a big problem. So I finally brought another man on board, retired full Colonel Robert Dutton of the United States Air Force, a man who had worked for me in several different operations in the past, a man for whom I had a lot of respect, and I brought him into the picture starting in May of 1986 to try to get this train back on the track, if you will, to try to get some operational capability generated in this airlift company. And ultimately he did. He did a very good job. And so by the summertime, by late summer, they were functioning very well.
Was there a man named Felix Rodriguez that participated in this operation?
Yes, Felix Rodriguez was working in Salvador with the local military authorities. We had known him from the past, and he was very helpful in helping to establish the operational support base that was so badly needed. He was very helpful in acting as a liaison with the local authorities in the early months of this operation. Felix Rodriguez, over time, became more of a problem for us because he voiced all kinds of dissatisfaction with the overall operation, believed that, or at least said that, we were profiteering at the Contra's expense. Of course, he didn't know, he didn't understand how this business was being run at all, and he thought that the Contras were giving us money for this operation, which of course they were not. And the munitions that the very limited munitions that we procured and sent there were not old, as he had reported here to the Vice President's office and to the local authorities. They were actually quite new, shiny new, and functioned beautifully. We were put to the test by the commanding general down there because he also believed these rumors that we were shipping shoddy goods and required test firing of every item in the supply, and they all worked beautifully. So we started having problems with Felix, and it was very unfortunate toward the end of this airline operation. I think that's sufficient on Felix for the moment.
Were there, did he precipitate a meeting here in Washington at some point in time?
Well, yes. In August of 1986, he came to a meeting with North and with my man Robert Dutton. I was not in the meeting, and the purpose of the meeting, I thought, was to get these problems up on the table and to resolve the problems, because we had enough issues to face in Nicaragua. We certainly didn't need to be fighting the friendlies. The meeting, however, did not go so well, and it was reported to me, and Mr. Rodriguez had a subsequent meeting with the assistant to the Vice President, Mr. Gregg, and I was told with the Vice President as well. My man was not in those meetings, so I don't know exactly what was said, but we learned later that the allegations of shoddy material were put up on the table at that time, and we had to respond to those.
Mr. Secord, how did the various people in this operation communicate one with another?
Very poorly to start with, and in an unsecure fashion, which is a big problem in a clandestine or low-profile operation. But by, I think it was February of '86, North provided us with a small number of encryption devices, called KL-43. These are communications encryption devices which were provided to us by North from the NSA. Do you have one here?
Yes, I think we do. Mr. Pope?
Yes, that's it.
I'm asking Mr. Pope to put a device in front of Mr. Secord, and I'll ask Mr. Secord if he can identify it.
Yes, this is a KL-43 encryption device, and it's used in conjunction with regular telephone communications. Okay.
How many such devices were there in your operation? Let's take it one at a time.
I'll have to add them up.
Tell us who had them.
Rafael Quintero had one, which he took with him from location to location.
Down in Central America?
Yes. I had one. Mr. Gadd had one. Southern Air Transport had one. There were two in El Salvador.
Where?
One in the hands of the chief of the U.S. military group, Colonel Steele, and one in the hands of our air operation. It was kept by Mr. Cooper. And then we had one with a senior CIA officer in Costa Rica. So that was, we had 6, and we usually had one spare in the system because
are you missing one in the Washington area?
Oh, of course, and one in North's office. But the ones that we had were those I just ticked off. And we usually had one spare in the system because they would burn out from time to time.
And I take it these devices permitted each person with a device to communicate with any other person in a secure fashion?
Yes.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes.
I think you have in front of you, Mr. Secord, marked collectively as exhibit number 3, a series of documents. Are those messages that were, or printouts of messages that were sent via this KL-43 device?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to go through a few of these with you. Briefly, I'd like you to take a look at the first one. It is dated 3/3/86 at the top, and it says COP, C-O-P-P underscored. What does COP mean?
That was a pseudonym for me.
What was the reason for the use of the pseudonym?
It's customary in clandestine operations to use pseudonyms.
Where did you get it from?
I needed it hurriedly one day, so I just took it from the author's name of a book I happened to be reading at the time. I didn't have time to get into the telephone book, which is the normal way, so I just picked it off of a book.
And was that, in what context did you first adopt that name?
I believe I first adopted it just before going to Portugal in November of '85.
Did that have to do with Nicaragua or Iran?
Iran.
Now this KL-43, it says COP. Can you tell us who it is to and who it is from?
It's to me and it's from north. I'm sorry, it's from me to north. I got it backwards. It's from me to north.
It references Short Brothers.
Yes.
And BP.
Right.
What do those two things refer to?
That's the name of the British company that manufactures the air defense surface-to-air missile, the blowpipe.
BP stands for blowpipe?
Yes.
And what are you asking? Are you asking North to do something here?
Yeah, I'm asking if it's feasible for them to, for the White House to contact the UK authorities in order to get their cooperation in with Short Brothers to enable us to buy some blowpipe missiles from a third country
Do you know
for the Contra.
Do you know if he tried to do that?
I believe he tried to do it via contact with UK, but I'm not certain. In any case, there was no cooperation.
Did you spend some time attempting to purchase these blowpipes?
Yes, we did.
Were you ever successful?
No.
Okay, could you turn to the next KL-43 message in the exhibit pile? It's dated 3/3/86. Who is that from and who is it to?
Again, it's from me to north.
Starts off, Naho and Fosmeyer at it again. What is that about?
NAHO was the acronym for the organization that was set up by the State Department to administer the $27 million humanitarian aid program for the Contras in late 85 and early 86. This refers to my associate, Mr. Gadd, who was one of the contractors that delivered NAHO goods from the United States to the Contra areas. And he asked me if I could help him. This was not my project, but he asked me, but I was interested in it since I was interested in Gadd and his problems. He asked me if I could help because NAHO and this other gentleman had told them that with their deliveries, in this case into an airstrip in Honduras, they could not refuel. I mean, there was no fuel at this strip. They were prohibited from going to the capital, Tegucigalpa, where they normally refueled, and it made no sense. And he was asking me to intervene. So in effect, I'm just reporting a problem to see if we can get some help.
Seeing if you can get some help from North?
Yeah.
I'd like you to skip over about 3 or 4 to a message that almost fills the page, and at the top of the page it says, in handwritten FM, good.
Yes.
You see that one?
Yes.
What does good refer to?
That was a pseudonym for Oliver North, and it means from. That's my handwriting. It means from him to me.
It starts off, the unit to which we wanted to drop in the southern quadrant of Nicaragua is in desperate need of ordnance resupply. Where, if you know, is North getting this information from?
I believe he was getting it from the senior CIA field officer in Costa Rica.
It says down below, have therefore developed an alternative plan which someone has been briefed on and in which he concurs. And then he describes an alternative plan in some detail. Was it customary for Oliver North to be receiving information on quasi-military operations down there and giving instructions of this nature?
It was not customary for him to give instructions or advisories like this, but I believe that this was done because it was a very unusual mission, which involved utilizing an airplane, an L-100 Hercules airplane, after it had done its mission for know-how in Central America. And so what he was proposing was that we terminate the know-how mission in Central America, and that we then contract with this airplane to haul some of the material from one base to another so that we could drop it. So it was an unusual occurrence.
Mr. Secord, I'd like you to flip forward several pages to a message dated 4/21/86.
Okay.
You have that one in front of you?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at the paragraph marked number 3, and first I should ask you, who is this message from and who is it to?
It's from me to North.
Paragraph 3 starts off, current obligations over the next few weeks nearly wipe us out except for CD. What does that refer to?
The obligations that we could see coming in support of this airlift operation we're going to, according to my reports, consume all the funds we had available, except for funds that were in the Iranian project and reserved in a certificate of deposit for self-insurance of the aircraft that we were using in the Iranian project. And so what I'm saying here is that unless we go into that CD, which of course we didn't want to do, it didn't look like we were going to be able to meet our obligations.
You're running low on funds available for the Nicaraguan operation.
Yes, very, and we always were.
There's a mention here of D. Walker.
Yes.
110K. What is that a reference to?
We contracted with a British firm, and that's the Britisher Walker, to provide some foreign, in this case, UK personnel, UK citizens, to act as air crews in the airlift operation. And in this case, it was 2 pilots and 1 loadmaster. My desire from the beginning, by the way, was to try to slowly replace the American air crews with foreigners if we stayed in the field that long. One of the things you should remember is that we always viewed these operations as very short-term bridging operations until the Congress could pass another bill which would put the CIA back into the field with money. I mean, we were not down there trying to make money out of an airlift operation. We were down there trying to do a vital task, and we wanted to get out of it as soon as we could. So it was a short-term bridging operation. But I wanted, if it was an ideal world, I wanted to have all foreign air crews. That's easy to say, very hard to find. And why? Not because of Neutrality Act implications. I had already gotten an extensive legal opinion which told me that what we were doing was quite legal, but because of the appearance problem. If we were to have one or more of these people captured, as ultimately occurred, it becomes a real problem when it's American citizens, an American citizen, as we saw, and it was our objective from the beginning to ensure against that by slowly hiring foreign air crews. We were never able to do that. We could not find them. And even this air crew didn't work out.
I'm going to interrupt the review of these KO-43 messages and ask you on a related subject to what you've just been telling us. Other than North, who in the United States government was giving support to your operation, and what kind of support were they giving?
Which period of time are we talking about?
Air resupply operation.
I believe I was receiving support from the Director of Central Intelligence. I was hoping to get support from the Central American Task Force, although I never saw any support that we got from them.
Central American Task Force is in what agency?
CIA headquarters staff. I was receiving moral support, certainly, from the ambassador in U.S. ambassador in Costa Rica and in Salvador as well. We received some support from a senior CIA officer in Honduras.
Of what nature?
He or his staff intervened sometimes with the FDN to try to break some of these, to resolve some of these problems that developed when we were trying to deliver items to the Southern Front. When the FDN had these items and we didn't, we occasionally were able to get some support from the CIA in resolving these disputes. I also got intelligence information from a limited amount of operational intelligence information for the use of the air crews from the senior CIA officer in Costa Rica. We were unable to get the kind of intelligence support which I had requested from the Director of CIA on 2 occasions. And I personally, in face-to-face conversations, made such request. But we were never able to get the kind of professional intelligence product that I was accustomed to having when I was in the service, and without which, inevitably, you run into trouble. What I'm talking about is ground order of battle, electronic order of battle, radar depictions, and so on. Also, accurate weather information, satellite weather information, was never made available to us. And that was something I wanted badly, and never was able to get it.
Anyone else who lent support? I think you mentioned Colonel Steele.
I mentioned Colonel Steele, but Colonel Steele was, again, a good moral supporter, a friend, a good officer, but his rules were such that he felt that he couldn't give us any material support of any kind, including intelligence information.
You've made several references to the Director of Central Intelligence. Did you actually meet with him in connection with Nicaragua?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
3 occasions.
When was the first occasion?
A few days before Christmas in 1985 was my first meeting. I went to his office at Langley, met with him.
How was the meeting arranged?
He called me in my office and asked if I could be over there in a few minutes, and I wheeled right over there. I got in a little late because it was bad weather that day, but he saw me anyway.
Do you know why he called you? Had you expected
Later,
to call
I
him?
determined that he called me because North had suggested to him that it might be a good idea for him to call me, but he himself did call me.
Okay, will you describe your meeting?
Yes, the meeting probably lasted 45 minutes, I would guess. As I said, just the two of us were there. It was a little bit humorous because at the start of the meeting, he was doing most of the talking, and I was making a few comments, but we were talking about two different countries, and I didn't realize it for about 5 minutes. He was talking about Iran, and I was talking about the Nicaragua scene. So we were hemispheres apart for a while. The director is not the easiest guy I've ever communicated with, but I have great respect for the man. I want to make that very clear to the committee. He had a lot of strategic vision. He, after we got the talking past each other problem straightened out, and we got around to quickly to the subject of Central America, which was the purpose of the meeting. He was talking about Iran only because he knew that I had had something to do with the Iran matter, which we've not yet discussed, and I won't get into that right now. We talked about the situation in Latin America. I told him that I was not an expert on that area, that I felt inadequate about that area because I really didn't have any firsthand knowledge of the geography of the people or anything else. But he was well aware that we were cranking up this airlift operation, was in favor of it, knew of its importance. He asked me for my estimate of the situation. By that he meant the overall military, political situation. And I gave him a brief explication. And I told him that among other things that I felt that the Contra had no chance of prevailing, none whatsoever, if we didn't get this airlift operation into the field. And even with it, even if we were very successful, I had grave reservations about their ability to achieve any military victories. And of course, any significant military victories. I didn't see any real moves to create a viable Southern front, and never was it done successfully thereafter. Although I knew they had many thousands more men than they could successfully arm and train, I didn't see the logistics capability, I didn't see the intelligence capability, and I did not see the leadership, which is going to be required for a decisive military victory there. Of course, it's possible that sufficient pressure could be generated by keeping them in the field to bring the Sandinistas to the table. I believe he shared my view of that situation, at least at that time. He told me that they were very appreciative of what I was doing. He said I had his admiration, and asked what he could do. And I explained to him that I needed intelligence information, as I just discussed with you, gentlemen. He took some notes on that. He was non-committal. He didn't promise me anything, but he said he would look into it. Just as I was leaving that particular discussion, I said to him, Mr. Director, if and when you get your hunting license back — this is kind of a crude way of referring to hoped for congressional action — whatever assets we're creating right now, by that I had in mind the airfield, which was just being scratched out, and our nascent airlift operation, and the material that went with it is yours. I mean, just walk in and it's yours. That I assure you. He said, thank you very much, and I left.
You were referring to the assets that you were developing in connection with this air resupply operation, I think.
That's correct. As I said to you earlier, it was not a profit-making venture for us. We were just trying to hold the line until we could get out of there.
When was your next meeting with Director Casey?
The next meeting was at my request, and it was a very brief meeting. It took place in, I believe it took place in early February, '86. I don't have any notes on it, but I remember it fairly well.
How was that set up?
I called North and asked him to set it up, and he did.
This one was at your request?
My request. I went to see him because I was unhappy, and I told him, Mr. Director, you and I are both too old to waste time beating around the bush. I've come here to complain. Complain about what? I said, well, complain about your organization. What organization? The Central American, the task force, I said. He said, what task force? I said, the Central American Task Force. Oh, that one. What's the problem? I said, the problem is I'm not getting any support. I wanted intelligence information, guidance, whatever support you can give us, I want. We want every bit of support that we can get from you. But instead, what we're getting is a lot of questions about the nature of GAD's organization. How's it organized? Who owns it? Who's got the shares? What's Secord doing? No, it's like an investigation of our organization. They were not supporting us. I didn't need to be investigated. I needed to be supported. And that was the nature of my complaint, and I stated it firmly. Again, he said he would look into it. The meeting was a brief meeting. The last time I saw the director was quite a bit later, and I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you what month it was in. It just, I think it was before the May journey of Mr. McFarland to Tehran in '86, but it might have been after, I'm not sure. But it was about that time frame. This meeting was concerned itself also with Contra matters. I happened to be in North's office discussing something when the director called Colonel North, and North said, that was a director, he wants to see me. Would you like to go with me? I thought we were leaving the building, but we weren't. We were just going around the corner to another office where he happened to be, the director happened to be. I went in, he said, good to see you again, General. North and I sat down with him, and the subject was raised, and I believe this was a continuing discussion that Colonel North was having with the director, because it went right into the middle of a problem, and that was the growing shortage of funds to support the Contras. North said that this was becoming a really critical problem, that donations to the cause were tailing off. They hadn't been materializing as they should. There was shortages in virtually everything, even food by this time. The director stated that he wasn't at all confident that they would be able to get a new bill out of Congress in too short a period of time. He said that some people over here, meeting in the executive offices, seemed to think they were going to be able to get a new bill rather rapidly off the Hill, but he didn't share that view. North turned to me and asked me to give my estimate of the situation. So I had to give my estimate of the situation again. So I ran through quickly what I thought I knew about the situation at the time. I told him that this airlift operation, which was my area of concern, was always short of funds. We needed a lot of things. We needed a lot of new equipment. I wanted, in particular, to buy some inertial navigation systems for the airplanes. They're very expensive. And we didn't have good weather radars either, and so on. Casey asked me how much money is needed. And I said, well, it depends on what period of time you're talking about. I mean, unless the government, the U.S. government gets back into the support of the Contras, we're not going to make it. That was the message I wanted to impart. It had to be done fairly soon, because these private efforts, while they can bridge a little bit, they cannot supplant the kind of effort that can be put forth by a nation. No private organization ever has enough resources to do that kind of a job. I've already mentioned intelligence, and there are other areas. He said, well, a few months, the end of the summer, something like that. I guessed, I said it would take about $10 million, I thought. And he said, $10 million, $10 million. And then he mentioned a country which he thought might be willing to donate this kind of money. But then he said, but I can't approach them. Why, I don't know. Why he couldn't approach them, I don't know, and he didn't say. But he said that 2 or 3 times. And then he said, then he looked at me and said, but you can. And I said, but Mr. Director, I'm not an official of the U.S. government. I don't think these people particularly interested in solicitation from private citizens. I think that would be very foolish. And then he mused about it again, and then North said, well, somebody damn well better start looking into this thing right away, because, you know, it's a rather desperate situation. The director stated that he believed that George, meaning the Secretary of State, could make such an approach, though, and that was the bottom line. He said that he would speak to the Secretary of State about this matter. Now, that was the last time I ever met with the director, although, again, he thanked me for the efforts that I'd been involved with.
Any other government officials, other than the ones you've mentioned and Oliver North, who lent you support in this operation?
None that I can think of right now.
All right, I'd like to return to the KL-43 messages. You should have one in front of you dated 4/28/86.
Okay.
Who is that from and who is it to?
This is from me to North.
What does it deal with, the first paragraph? Is that the ship?
Yes, this is the ship.
This is the ship that North had asked you to procure for a purpose unrelated to either Nicaragua or Iran. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, apparently, you are trying in this message to lease the ship. Is that?
We started out talking about leasing the ship, but we had a particular captain in mind who we thought was suitable for this task. But the captain owned the ship, but he did not want to lease. He wanted us to purchase the ship. But then he also said he would purchase the ship back later if we wanted to sell it back.
So you purchased the ship?
Yes.
Or Lake Resources purchased the ship, or one of the Swiss?
Another company purchased the ship, Dolmy, D-O-L-M-Y.
This is one of Mr. Hakim's companies?
Yes, one of those 7 or 8 companies you talked about.
It says here, we are asking grant for a firm fixed price contract of $1.2 million for 6 months.
Right.
What does that refer to?
This is the price that we were proposing to ask, or had already asked, to lease the ship for this particular project.
That's money that is going to come in, I take it.
That was the proposal, yes.
And you had paid how much out for the ship?
I think it was around $350,000 that we paid for the ship. Maybe it was $375,000, I don't recall.
And does this message indicate a monthly expense for operating the ship?
It says our rough guess is that the monthly operating costs will be $50,000. I don't recall what numbers went in to make up that number.
So if you operated the ship for 6 months at $50,000 a month, that would amount to $300,000.
Yes.
And the purchase price was
$350,000.
For a total of $650,000.
Right.
And you're going to rent it and get a return on it of $1.2 million.
Theoretically, of course, we had no experience whatsoever in operating ships or pricing, and in addition to that, the mission that they had in mind for the ship was extremely dangerous. There was a good possibility that the ship would be destroyed.
Did this deal ever go through?
No.
If the deal had gone through, to what use would and the ship had not been destroyed, to what use would the profits have been put?
Beats me. That's a hypothetical question. I don't know. The consideration was not even in my mind at the time. We're just trying to get the job done.
But you're trying to get the job done for a price of $1.2 million for 6 months.
That's right.
Which would get you a surplus of money in the Swiss bank accounts.
Perhaps, if our guesstimates are correct, perhaps, and if we don't have to pay death benefits and things of this nature, yeah, perhaps. It was very risky, as I said.
Would the money, assuming it had happened, would the money have been used for the Contras, for Iran, for personal purposes?
Well, we would probably have spent it on the Contra, but that's a hypothetical.
I'd like you to switch forward to a KO-43 message dated 6/12/86. You have that one in front of you?
Yes.
Who is that from and who is it to?
It's from me to North's office.
It starts off, all aircraft out of mud. What does that refer to?
Well, at the base that we were constructing in Costa Rica, we'd gotten a 123 stuck in the mud there and had to get it out, had to dig it out.
This was at the landing strip?
Yes.
The emergency landing strip?
Right, the dirt strip.
Did you eventually get the aircraft unstuck?
Yes, but it took about a day to get it out of there, and everybody was in a sweat about it because they were afraid they would claim we were basing an airplane there or something. It was about to be based there permanently. We could hardly get it out.
I'd like you to switch forward 2 or 3 pages to a page which has 3 KO-43 messages on it. At the top it says, in handwriting from Bob Earl.
Okay.
Who is Bob Earl?
An assistant to Oliver North.
And who is the message to?
This message was to my office. I think it was received by Bob Dutton, but I saw it shortly thereafter.
This is your office in Vienna, Virginia?
Yes.
The message starts off, conduct emergency recall immediately. This is Earl directing you to conduct an emergency recall?
That's what it says.
He says, bring the maintenance and air crews out of there quietly but quickly. Leave all equipment, including airplanes. Bring back only personal equipment. Destroy registration plates on aircraft if possible, but don't damage the aircraft. Why is he telling you to do that?
By this time, this is August of '86. By this time, our airlift operation is having a great deal of difficulty with the host base authorities. And part of this difficulty relates to the earlier difficulties I mentioned to you that we were having with Mr. Rodriguez. I believe that either the American Embassy or the military mission in Salvador had communicated somehow with the White House saying that there was a big confrontation brewing with the military authorities there over this airlift operation, over who controls it, how it's to be controlled, operated, flown, and so forth. And so they sent us this message, which, as the later messages show you, I rejected immediately.
Yes, so the next message, I take it as a reply.
And the reply is from me, presumably to Earl. I don't think North was there.
and it says there is more than $1 million worth of equipment, spares, something located at the airfield. I presume your message results from Telecom with Ali. Is that north?
Yes.
If so, I must remind you that these assets are owned by Udall Research Corp., and there is no intention of abandoning them. Were you asserting at that point that that the assets of the air resupply operation were private property?
And yes, and they were. They were the property of Udall Research Corporation.
Did you understand that you could sell those assets and keep the proceeds?
If we wanted to, certainly we could.
Now, these assets had originally been purchased out of monies donated by various people for the Contras.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you feel when you received the monies that you had an obligation?
No, but you're on the wrong track. We had no intention of selling the airplanes, and it's not a matter of money. It has nothing to do with money. What it has to do with is abandoning a project that we had sweated over for a long, long time and was finally functioning, and to abandon it simply because there are some personalities clashing. Now, that was not acceptable to me, and I rejected the suggestion. And, and insisted. You'll notice later on I said that I insist on an immediate meeting with Steele or the ambassador, who happened to be here in Washington at that time.
What claim were you responding to when you said that the assets are owned by Udall Research Corp?
They were owned. They were registered, and they were the property of Udall Research Corporation.
Was anyone else advancing a contrary claim?
I was told, I don't know if it was in conjunction with this particular, in conjunction, I don't know if it was operative at this time or a little later time, I just don't remember. But I was told that Rodriguez was asserting that these things were belonged to the Contras, and that we were going to, and that we were trying to cut and run and leave the Contras in a lurch and so on, which was pure nonsense. I mean, we were trying to do just the opposite.
And did you in fact pull the equipment out, or did you stay in?
No, I rejected the suggestion, and we did stay and continue to operate.
I'd like you to
And we worked out the problem, too, by the way. We finally did work out the problem.
I'd like you to turn 2 pages, and it should bring you to a KL-43 message, handwritten at the top, Steele, 8 August. Do you have that one in front of you?
No. Just a minute here.
How many forward?
27, number 27 in the upper right-hand corner.
Well, mine doesn't. I have one that I think is 27. I don't see Steele on it anywhere. It's probably a bad copy.
Give us some text.
Does the message start off from McAllister?
Yes.
Who is McAllister?
Robert Dutton.
It starts off, have just completed long-distance discussion with owners and have convinced them to leave C-123 at your location, as there may be more work than expected, especially if we have to fix the number 1 C-7. It is everyone's intent to continue support for the effort. Max's central problem. He claims aircraft are contra, not independent companies. Is that the claim that you were talking about?
Yes.
And then it continues, this is not true. Excuse me, Max claims we are trying to cut and run with Contra aircraft.
Right.
This is not true. We are not running an aircraft titled a company owned in Panama, not Contras. And is that the same claim that you were making in the previous
That's exactly
KL-43?
correct.
Then it says, sure, press and others will be watching, and we don't wish to expose non-USG efforts. Is that non-U.S. government efforts?
Yes, that's right. This is a private effort, and we didn't want to be exposed. We didn't want to be blown in the press.
Why?
See what happened when we were blown? It was just it was absolute chaos. We were accused of everything under the sun.
So you anticipated that you would be accused of everything under the sun?
Without question, given the state of our media, without question.
You just referred to the time when your operation was exposed. I take it you're referring to the time when the airplane crashed in Nicaragua and Mr. Hassenfuss was captured. Is that?
Yes, sure. Progressively, the operation was exposed after that aircraft was shot down. A piece at a time, it was exposed.
Okay, I'd like you to refer now to a document which has been marked Exhibit Number 4.
Okay.
First of all, can you identify the document? You know what it is?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a description for reorganization. It's a staff paper prepared by Mr. Dutton, and it describes the company, how it's being reorganized for, or the enterprise, I should say, not the company, because the company belonged to Mr. Gadd. How it was being reorganized to improve its effectiveness. And there's no date on this, but I think it was in August of '86.
What was the purpose for its preparation?
To give a complete description of the operation, its assets, how it was organized, controlled.
Did it have to do with a proposed disposition of the organization?
Yes, it was our desire, as I told the Director CIA in '85, it was our desire to turn this operation, which by this time was functioning well, finally, at last, to turn this organization, this operation, over to the CIA when they were enabled to commence operations again, pursuant to the '86 legislation. And North and others were in interagency meetings on this subject from time to time. He wanted and I wanted to have some good paperwork which he could use and circulate. There was opposition in the bureaucracy to taking this operation over, and I understood the opposition, and I anticipated it. The opposition was based on the grounds that these airplanes were tainted. I think that the agency was concerned that if they were to take it over, that there would be those who in the future would assert that this had been their operation all along. It was just kind of a flim-flam, and that now the truth was outing. Now, I recognized that as a concern, but I thought that the effectiveness of the operation outweighed that concern because it was not true. It was strictly a private operation. Ultimately, I was told that they did agree to take over this operation, and tragically, it was just a few days before the C-123 was shot down that they did reach agreement. If that shoot down had not occurred, I think we would have had a smooth transition, and they could have taken what they wanted from this operation and discarded the rest.
Could you turn to page 8 of this document, Exhibit Number 4?
Page 8.
Ours is unnumbered. Can you give us the text on the top of page 8? Let's see.
It's a list headed Assets/Expenditures for Project Hope.
Okay, that's, I've got it. This is a costing of the assets. This was part of Dutton's study, in which he tried to evaluate the total worth of this operation. It was our thought that if they could see what we had in it, and exactly what we had in it, in terms of line items as well as cost, that it would make them want more to take over the operation.
It comes up with a total value of just over $4 million?
That's what he estimated it to be.
Of assets of this air resupply operation?
Yeah.
Including airplanes and
land
and
spare parts, munitions, all the items that are listed here.
Okay, I'd like you to turn to the last page of the document.
Okay.
You see that it's headed options?
Yes.
It says, under the first option, it says sale of entire operation and assets, where CIA takes control of the entire operation plus assets valued at approximately $4 million.
Mm-hmm.
The price would be negotiated at some level below the $4 million. Was that one of the options that you were
That was one of his options. You know, he wrote this paper, put it together, and it seems to be a logical option. And even there, you notice he notes that we prefer option one, the one you just read, with the proceeds from the sale going back into a fund for continued similar requirements. But that was Bob Dutton's view. It was not my view. He wrote it. I was busy elsewhere at the time. My view...
Did you review this before it was completed?
No, I did not. But what I told you earlier is the absolute case, and I think that the others can attest to that. We were in the process of turning this over to the CIA. That was our preferred option.
What does it mean? You've referred us, I think, to Note 1, which says we prefer option 1 with the proceeds from the sale going back into a fund for continued similar requirements. What does that refer to?
Oh, he apparently had in mind going back into the fund in Switzerland to be used to support the Iran requirement, I suppose. I don't know what he meant by that. But it's irrelevant. I already told you what the policy was. I set the policy.
And this document was not reviewed by you before it was prepared in this form?
It was not. It's ridiculous.
I take it, Mr. Secord, that I think you've covered this before, but I want to be certain. The assets of this operation had been purchased with donated funds, I take it, at least in part.
That's right.
And did you regard, and these funds were donated for the purpose of supporting the Contras?
That's right.
Did you regard, therefore, the assets that have been purchased with these donated funds also to be used solely for the purpose of helping the Contras?
Yes.
And not for any personal purpose?
No. It would have been very hard to use those for personal purposes. It would have even been very difficult to sell them.
Mr. Secord, I'm going to change topics.
Thank you.
Referring to back to Iran. We started off with a letter dated November 19, 1985. That's Exhibit 1.
Yes.
The letter that Mr. North signed for Mr. McFarland. Can you tell us how long before the date of that letter Mr. North first contacted you on the subject of Iran?
I can't tell you exactly, but I believe it was only 1 day before, at the most.
You say at the most?
Yeah, it could have even been the same day.
Might have been the same day?
Yeah, because they were in quite a bit of hurry to get me on the road headed for Portugal.
Did you meet with him personally?
Yes.
Where?
In his office.
What did he tell you?
My recollection is that he told me that there was a secret operation that had been underway, which was running into difficulties. The difficulties he described were what I would say are logistical difficulties, involving the transfer of some missiles from Israel to Iran, and that this was a sanctioned, meaning sanctioned by the United States, operation, and that it involved, among other things, possibility of getting some of our hostages out of Lebanon.
And what did he tell you anything more about the operation?
He gave me very few details because I don't think he had many details at the time. He told me that he had been in touch with Mr. McFarland, who was, as I said earlier, in Geneva, that he had also been in touch with the Israelis on the telephone, that they were trying to move these missiles through, in this case, Portugal, although Portugal wasn't the only place that they could do it. What they wanted to do was to transship these missiles through Portugal, and just bring them to Portugal and then put them on a different aircraft and fly them to Iran. Obviously, Israel cannot deal directly with Iran.
Just to make sure we understand, these missiles were going to be coming from where?
From Israel, from Israeli stocks. They're Israeli IHawk missiles, improved Hawk missiles.
And he told you this at the time?
I believe that he told me they were IHawk missiles. I know he told me missiles, and I believe he told me IHawk missiles at the time.
What did he tell you he wanted you to do?
It was reported to him by the Israelis that they were unable to get through flight or staging permission from the government of Portugal. He knew that we had, my organization had extensive dealings with the armament community in Portugal, and wondered if I could arrange for this transshipment. I said I didn't know. It was a difficult question, obviously. The problem was that there was a big sense of urgency about all this. It had to be done immediately. And they had hit a stone wall. And that's why I believe that it was no more than a day before, maybe even the same day, that I had the discussion with him as I got this letter.
Was that the only thing that he wanted you to do at that time?
Yes.
And what did you say to him?
I said that I would try.
What did you do?
I collected Mr. Klein's, who had really been handling all the matters for the enterprise in Portugal, and knew them and knew the Portuguese scene far better than I did. And I departed for Portugal. I think I went on TWA. So I went right away, very quickly. I started with clients to work the problem, working through our colleagues in the armament industry there.
What day did you arrive? Can you tell us that based on the date of that letter?
I think I probably arrived on the 20th. But that's a guesstimate. But as soon as we arrived, we went to work and tried to get a handle on the problem. I had been provided with a telephone number of the Israeli businessman in Israel who was handling their part of the...
Who was that?
Mr. Al Schwimmer. I didn't know Mr. Schwimmer. I hadn't ever dealt with him before, so I was dealing from a position of considerable ignorance, and I had to deal with him on the telephone, and moreover, I had to deal on unsecure telephone in order to get a handle on this operation. I must have talked to Mr. Schwimmer over the ensuing days dozens of times. It seemed that way, at least. But we had no other means of communication. We worked as hard as we could, and the senior CIA official at that particular station was also informed by his headquarters to cooperate with me, and he did, and did a good job.
Where were you physically during this time?
Lisbon. I was always in Lisbon.
Where?
In the offices of DEFEX, the corporation we'd worked with most.
This is the corporation that you had purchased arms from?
And the reason why I went to them was because they are very familiar with the officials that we had to deal with, and we dealt through the DEFEX people in order to approach the foreign ministry and the office of the prime minister.
And what precisely was the problem that you were trying to solve?
To get through flight clearance, and as it turned out, it was more than that. We also had to arrange for the storage of a large number of IHawk missiles because they were proposing to ship 80 of them by Israeli 747 wide-body to Lisbon, offload them there, store them there. So the problem started to grow because it's not easy just to store these very expensive and sensitive missiles.
Did you know that there was going to be a storage requirement when you met with Mr. North?
No, and I don't think he knew it either at the time.
Can you describe a Hawk missile in terms of size?
Well, I can't give you the exact dimensions, but a Hawk missile is a little longer than this table I'm seated at, and it's probably a 1.5 feet in diameter. And it's a missile which is optimized for engaging low-altitude targets. Anti-aircraft. It's a surface-to-air missile. Very good one.
How long did you spend endeavoring to obtain landing rights and clearance for the 747 that the Israelis were sending?
It was all blur because we worked day and night, but I think we were at it for about 3 or 4 days until it became apparent that it was no chance of getting government clearance.
Who were you communicating with in the United States?
I was communicating by telephone with North, and I was also communicating with the CIA official in Lisbon.
Did you communicate with Mr. McFarland?
Directly, no.
Were you told by anyone else that he was involved in this process?
Yes, North told me before I left that he was involved, and then he got involved again in making a few phone calls to officials in Portugal, trying to, at the last minute, intervene and solve the problem. But the problem was
how did you
not solvable.
How did you learn that?
North informed me by telephone that this was going on.
Did a second problem arise during the time that you were in Portugal? Did a problem arise?
Yes. Well, after we were unable to get clearance from the government, it was decided that there would be an attempt to fly the missiles from Israel by a smaller aircraft, a chartered airplane, a 707 or a DC-8, and to some outside location, which turned out to be Cyprus, and then via normal airways, normal flight plan to Iran. And so they decided to pursue this avenue. Unfortunately, the Israeli contractor was unable to contract for any aircraft. He thought he had a DC-8 under contract, as I recall, 707 or 2, but all of them failed to materialize, as I learned later, basically because of the problem of insurance. One can't get aircraft insurance on flights into Iran, and none of the charters would go without insurance.
So what was developed, were you asked to solve the problem that was
I was asked
created
if
by
I
no
could solve
airplane?
that problem, since I hadn't solved the other problem, and basically I said, I don't see how. Really don't see how. But North gave me the number and name of aircraft operator to contact in Frankfurt, Germany. And I did contact this individual, and they responded immediately to my request.
You were where at this point in time?
I'm still in Lisbon. I have not left Lisbon. I'm conducting this search by telephone.
What did you ask them to do?
He was expecting my phone call. He asked me, I asked him if he was available. Understood he had several 707s, and I asked him if he was available to
point in time had...
maybe 3 days, I'm not sure.
Up until this point in time, had you made any arrangements to pay this airline anything?
No, no.
Did you thereafter?
Yes.
Will you describe?
There were discussions as to between Schwimmer and me as to how many missiles one could get on a 707 aircraft. This became a bit of a problem. The initial estimate was you could get 25 of them. It turned out you could only get 17 or 18. They wanted to deliver out 80 missiles. I expected that it would cost in the vicinity of $200,000 per sortie per flight to ferry these missiles into Iran. It turned out it cost somewhat less than that, but not much less. And so on that basis, it was going to take 4 or 5 lifts, maybe more, and that's about $1 million. Mr. Schwimmer quickly deposited in our account, Lake Resources account, the $1 million and said, go ahead and lease the airplanes. And I did. And the first airplane went very rapidly to Israel and started loading, and there was another airplane supposed to come there from Africa. I don't recall whether it got to Israel or not. It was lagging behind a bit.
This was a plane that was supposed to take the second batch of Hawk missiles?
Yes, they were going to shuttle. This was the concept.
Shuttle, did you say?
Shuttle, yeah. They had 80 missiles to deliver. The first flight finally arrived in Tehran and offloaded the missiles and departed uneventfully and went back to Europe. Immediately after that, after these missiles were delivered, a good deal of difficulty erupted. So I was informed by North and by Mr. Schwimmer.
Where were you at this point
Still
in time?
in Lisbon. Still in Lisbon.
Can you give us an approximate date when you began to hear there was difficulty, troubles?
Maybe the 25th of November would be a good guess, somewhere along in there. Maybe a little later.
What was the trouble that was described to you?
Well, it wasn't described to me with any precision. It was that the customer, the Iranians, were very unhappy with the materials, the IHawks, which they had received. They were furious over it, so I was told. And there were some intelligence reports to confirm that as well. Schwimmer also had similar information, which he was getting from his Iranian contact. They were in a state of considerable consternation in Israel. And at that time, North asked me if I would, as quickly as possible, proceed to Israel and see if I could try to get to the bottom of this dilemma, because there was considerable mystery as to why these things had been rejected. A lot of speculation, but I don't think anybody knew at the time why. What caused the problem is they were supposed to be happy, instead they're unhappy. They're saying this is a cheating game and so on. So I quickly, as quickly as possible, did go to Israel, and I met with immediately with the, at that time, Director General of the Foreign Ministry, Mr. David Kimke, whom I had met with previously when I was in the government a few times. He gave me just a thumbnail sketch of information that I already had, and suggested that I go to see Mr. Schwimmer at Mr. Schwimmer's home. So I did that and had a discussion with him for an hour or so. And it was at this discussion that I got the information which told me what the problem was, at least what I thought the problem was. And that was that, among other things, Schwimmer told me that he had been dealing, his company had been dealing, and his associate, Mr. Nimrodi, Yaakov Nimrodi, had been dealing with an Iranian middleman, Monitor Ghorbanifar, whom we later called Gorba for short. Mr. Ghorbanifar, whom I had not met or ever heard of, was telling Mr. Schwimmer about his contact's unhappiness with the IHawks. And this contact in Iran, in the Iranian Prime Minister's office, was apparently furious about this, and one of these embarrassing missiles moved immediately out. It was literally screaming about it. I asked him how this transaction came to pass. Was he sure that it was the same kind of IHawk that they had in Iran and all that? And he said, "Oh no, this is the they have older hawks there, and this is the IHawk, the improved hawk." And I said, "Oh," and he said that they had had meetings. He and the American Michael Ledeen, who was somehow involved in all this, at least in the initial stages of it, had, in consultation with Ghorbanifar, been told that the Iranians wanted to, as a matter of priority, update their air defense system. It was they needed air defense help quickly, and specifically they needed some kind of weapon which could deal with the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft coming out of Russia and out of Iraq, and the high-altitude bombers coming out of Iraq, the high flyers, as we in the trade used to call them. When he said that, I realized what was the probable problem, because the IHawk is designed specifically for low-altitude aircraft. It has no capability whatever against high-altitude aircraft. And moreover, the Iranian IHawks were newer than the later model production than were the Israelis. I knew this because I was in charge of the deployment of the IHawk air defense system in Iran when I was the commander there. So I next went to a meeting again with Mr. Kimke and with the official, the general who was at that time the Director General of the Ministry of Defense, another old acquaintance of mine by coincidence, and with the commander of the Air Force, who also was by coincidence an old acquaintance of mine. And so we had a lengthy discussion in the office in the Ministry of Defense that day, that afternoon, and reviewed the bidding. I told them about this high flyer issue, and the generals immediately looked at one another and realized what the problem was, because everybody who deals with air defense problems knows that the IHawk is a low-altitude system. So, to make a long story short, what the problem was that this group of civilians who didn't have any expertise in air defense had concluded erroneously that the IHawk, which Israel had in their inventory, would satisfy the high altitude problem that the Iranians had brought up, and this caused great embarrassment. They had somehow thought that the I meant improved beyond the original concept. I don't know why they thought that. When the Iranians saw these missiles, they realized they were identical to their own, and their paranoia came to the surface immediately. There was political embarrassment for the official in the Prime Minister's office, and one thing led to another, and they were screaming to get those missiles out of there. Enough.
I think this is a good place to take a short recess. Mr. Secord, I thank you very much. The committee will resume your testimony on Wednesday, January the 6th at 10 o'clock a.m. Will you be present at that time, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be here.
The Joint Committee will be in recess until 10 o'clock a.m. tomorrow morning.
We got to get rid of these papers.